moment like this, where we literally have representatives of parties, donors doing Nazi salutes, and Elon's not doing a Nazi salute to talk about getting Jewish people, by the way. This Nazi salute is in support of canceling DEI, canceling affirmative action, defining black people as culturally inferior, genetically inferior, intellectually inferior. That is the movement he's behind. So he's correlating Nazism to his political agenda. But I can't correlate black people to Jews. This room is so fucking insanely compromised. I agree that Elon doesn't hate Jews. I agree that Elon supports Israel. I also agree that Elon, for some reason, saw it to be representative of his agenda to do a Nazi salute in support of his political interests. But you black people in here are literally trying to tell me that I can't compare black people to Jews when people who use Nazi symbolism use it in support of harming black people. You're disgusting. Thank you. Shout outs to letting CEO get off the hook to be mad at me for being honest. Shout outs to telling me how to behave in the face of black people who deny clear fascism that seeks to harm them. You respectability, old ass Gen X Negroes are completely useless in this moment because you're too busy trying to impress people that don't give a fuck about you than you are trying to prosecute people who are seeking to harm. Fuck all of you.
I just want to be clear. Hold on, let me just say something. If you're gonna draw a comparison, then draw the correct one.
Right.
I just did.
That's what you need.
No, you compare black people to white people in Europe. Let's be clear about that.
No, you didn't.
You compare black people to white people in Europe.
Exactly.
Let's be clear about that.
You did not, and that is why I came off mute. I thought to myself, Articulate's been in this room for several months. He was here during the conversation we had about Jasmine Crockett. He heard people argue persuasively why accuracy and tightness is needed in conversations like this. And then he's gonna, let me finish, and then it doesn't matter because you're in here. You're in a room with different types of people in it, and you're gonna throw a whole nigga. Let me tell you something. You can call me a coon all day.
Put you down.
Yeah, unlike other people, I don't care about silly insults like coon. Okay, you're doing the same thing, Jasmine. Hold on, you're doing the same thing Jasmine Crockett did. You're using shorthand, thinking that your shorthand amounts to persuasive, cogent reasoning. It does not. It does not. In the real world, you work for a white man and you get a check from a white man. Helping white people make money. That's what you do, nigga. What do? I don't do that. So the next time you think to call me a coon, come up with something else. Call me a bitch instead. Now that would be right. I am a bitch. But I'm not a coon. And I don't really care if you call me a coon because it's not going to make me a coon. All I said is that if you're going to make a comparison, make one that is accurate and useful. In this moment, the comparisons have to be useful. Don't rely on oversimplifications because you don't want to lay out your reasoning. That's all I'm saying. It was not a good comparison because it was an oversimplification of what's actually happened. We've spent the last year talking about how black people, and in particular your people, African Americans, have not been treated well by the United States, and that the United States owes something to them. And then you're going to say that your people are like some other people who've been treated differently in some key ways by the United States government? You shouldn't be making that comparison. I'm sorry. Not somebody who claims to know as much as you do about African American history.
In other words, it has to be tight. You gotta be tight. You gotta be precise and tight in the language in which you use. Language is very important because let me tell you, the other side knows how to use language very well. And it will change definitions and meanings of words, right? So the thing about it is, I wouldn't have used that comparison. Why would I do it? That doesn't make sense. And I will also get tight on Elon Musk and say that he is a white nationalist who believes in an ethno-state. That's what he believes in. His family he comes from a Dutch family. That, by the way, would come to South Africa, goes to South Africa, by the way, and subjugate a whole group of people that were already there and had them in, oh God, now I can't think of the term. Had them in a gym-like crow state. When we think about it, the idea of segregating them, relegating them to certain types of jobs.
I am Panny, oh Panny, oh Panny,
Having miscegenation
I
laws.
am thy mate, I am thy man. Goes
Making
up
them
the
inferior. So historically, if you want to take those that would make better sense than what you said about Black people being Jews in America.
Yeah, but everyone is their own worst enemy.
It doesn't make sense. It just simply does not.
Can we get the conversation back to the ADL and Elon? Because I'm misunderstanding or not understanding why they are basically okay with it. Maybe somebody tell me, am I viewing that wrong? I mean, I've read articles, so I don't know. It's crazy.
Hey, everybody. Here, the Jew is talking. I didn't know about Aram. But I just heard about this, and I talked to some of my fellow Jewish people, and they are aghast at this. We do not support that. That is a horrible, horrible thing. So don't make the assumption that they speak for us, because they do not, especially this.
Ben, that was not my contention. I just want to be clear on that. I don't think that's what you were saying.
Yeah, no, I just got on, so I hadn't heard. I just got on the tail of it. So, I'm just
aghast that everybody is giving these people a pass on everything.
Yeah, totally.
The millionaires and billionaires and trillionaires can do what the fuck ever. Of course, they always could, but seeing everyone just bowing down to this is just wild.
No, I agree with you, 100%.
Elon Musk won that row with ADL like a year ago. This is not necessarily new, right? ADL threatened to sue him over what was happening on Twitter. Then advertisers backed down. Then Elon Musk retaliated with a threat of countersuit, and then Elon Musk did that whole Israel visit, the Germany visit, Auschwitz, I think, was it Auschwitz visit, etc. ADL backed down and never resumed any attacks on Twitter, despite Elon Musk's even more aggressive retweeting and liking neo-Nazi and white supremacist and anti-Semitic content.
So, Philip, are you saying what Elon Musk did was pretty much a PR tour?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a PR tool. You always have to question the motives of people in the way in which they move, right? Why did he find it necessary for him to go to these places? To give the appearance that, he is with them in a way when we know that he is not. He is a white nationalist. He does believe in the ethno state. And he just happens to have $400 billion. All those things are true.
The political winds I just found a very, I'll read it one sentence. This is from 2023, middle of the year, I think. ADL John Greenblatt statement, same guy, right? That issued the statement today. It is profoundly disturbing that Elon Musk spent the weekend engaging with a highly toxic anti-Semitic campaign on his platform, a campaign started by unrepentant bigot that then was heavily promoted by individuals such as white supremacist Nick Fuentes, Christian nationalist Andrew Torba, conspiracy theorist Alex Jones, right? How the political winds have shifted since that time.
Elon was also, I don't know if anyone else saw it. I can't find the clip now since the news is about his salute he did twice. And if, yeah, CEO, you're back. I don't want to start this conversation with you again, but I would just say if you think that what he did was okay and that it wasn't anything near the Ohio salute, I would encourage you to do that whenever you feel moved emotionally and see how people react.
No.
But
So Matt sent a video.
I just proved him
and
wrong.
I am now even. My perspective is now, evolving on it.
Yeah, meaning I won and you
It was the
lost.
whole thing.
Chalk one up for
Okay,
Matt.
we reduced it down to who won and who lost. Okay.
Oh, I won, honey. I won the war of the words and the evidence. Honey, it's really something when you beat a coon, honey. It's like it's a championship tournament.
Yeah, again, I don't say this. But the part I don't get is this. Like, if you're gonna personally attack, fine. But then have the full conversation and let's back it up and bring
And I
it.
see,
That's my only.
If I can say
that's my
this,
only.
for me, the CEO, even if there was some skepticism, I don't understand the investment in articulating that skepticism, understanding that such skepticism can come off as a defense. Like, I don't understand the need to want to call into question someone who has a pretty rich history of a documented history of being at the very least aligned with white supremacists.
Amen.
Well, that is my process for getting to truth. I question assumptions, want to get data, and it helps me grow. So that is my process.
So what do you think after seeing what you were seeing?
Yeah, where's the growth at?
That's a fucking Nazi salute. There's some data.
Oh, I'm on. The growth is I'm on the fence. That's it.
You're on the fence even after seeing. Did you see him do it twice? CEO?
No, I didn't see the second one, no.
He did it twice, but let me ask you again. If you were in a crowd of people or around your friends or in public, would you throw that up if you felt so emotional that you had to give people your heart? Would you throw that out there? I'm just asking.
I just don't know if I have ever been in a workshop, like presenting, and accidentally made that hand motion.
Okay, you wouldn't make it. You wouldn't do it because you know.
I would never intentionally do it, of course not.
But see, here's the thing, that's you. But then we're talking about Elon Musk, right? And we know, well, you may not know because you still have doubts. Who he is and how he thinks and how he moves.
Yeah, and I've studied Elon Musk quite a bit. I wrote a chapter about him in the book I put out in 2019.
We know.
Yeah, so I've studied him quite a bit. And one thing I would say about Elon Musk is if today Wes Moore reached out to him and said, hey, let's do some stuff in Maryland together, right? They would be able to do some stuff in Maryland together.
No, they wouldn't.
So CEO, when the German Chancellor reprimanded him for supporting the far-right party in Germany, did you think that was consistent with what you believe his personality is?
I think that was obviously a really bad decision, and I think he makes a lot of bad decisions.
So that's the thing. It's like, okay, so he's making bad decisions, and these bad decisions are showing a particular pattern. So is it just bad decisions, or is it intentional?
Both. It's going to be both. Sometimes it's just bad decisions. Sometimes it's intentional.
No, I understand that.
I'm not having this conversation.
Decision by.
I think CEO is good people. So I'm just trying to understand his thought process.
Back channel. It's not going anywhere, and let's move on.
Yeah, he's
He is
just
on
a
the fence. Everyone move on with it.
he's just a CEO first,
Yeah, it's on the face of the Nazi salute.
How we
That's all.
doing?
Can we also acknowledge that the mere fact that there is a discussion whether on the inauguration day on the podium somebody did or did not make a Nazi salute twice is itself
Just absolutely batshit crazy.
mm-hmm.
Absolutely batshit crazy.
No,
The idea that the European media can all look at it and go, oh yeah, we know what the fuck that is. And the American media buries it or presents it as there is some discussion over the angle at which Elon Musk employed a gesture. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Absolutely.
Y'all don't believe that the media is derelict in their duty to do their job to present the truth.
It's going to be 4 years of sane watching, but I think
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what it's going to be. And the media, because the media is scared. Now, they are really scared of losing office, because if they even print anything that's the truth, they're going to get backlash.
So, Philip, I have to assume he knew that there was going to be a reaction to him doing it before he did it. So, I mean, what do you think his thought process was? I mean, anybody's open to answer, I guess.
Process, he probably didn't give a damn.
He's high off ketamine.
This
No thought.
Yeah, he's an actual psychopath. Like, the man is, like, I mean, I don't know if I'm clinically diagnosing him as such, but he does shit all the time for the lulz, and he clearly is a racist, and he clearly, this is who he is. He's an absolute maniac, and that's what happened. He thinks it's funny. He either thinks it's funny and was just like, look, I can get away with fucking everything, and he's like a little child testing the limits of his, of what he can get away with, or he's just a full-blown fucking Nazi. Like, those are the options. Like, anyone who's trying to pretend, like, oh, that's a normal thing that human beings do twice in a row, with his history no less, get the fuck out of here.
And he has proximity to power now.
And he's used to seeing that done at home, I'm sure. I'm sure that was the thing at his house.
And as Gold said earlier, he just met with the AFD. It isn't like he didn't just meet with Nazis. He literally just met with Nazis.
Along those lines, just some quick breaking news. Washington Post, I'm looking at the complaint right now. Civil rights groups in 18 states sue to stop Trump's executive order to end birthright citizenship, which will likely go before the Supreme Court. Some of those groups include the ACLU, New Hampshire. I'm looking at the complaint right now. Number of projects from the ACLU,
Asian Law Caucus.
NAACP, Legal Defense and Education Fund. Several civil rights groups. It's a 17-page complaint, so looking forward to see how that plays out in court. But already the lawsuits are unfolding.
So let me just say one thing. So one of the effects of the executive order related to the 14th Amendment birthright citizenship clause is the inability of the children of undocumented immigrants, children who are born in the United States, to apply for and receive passports. So that's one of the immediate effects of that, because the executive order tells executive agencies to abide by that decision, by the executive order, which says that if you were born in the United States to a mother who at the time was undocumented, was not a United States citizen, then you should be denied a U.S. passport if you request for one from the Department of State. So it's already a problem. If you don't have a passport,
Actually,
and,
that's probably
your
not a smart
mother
idea.
was not documented when you were born here, you are illegal. You are not eligible for a passport. Doesn't mean that you're not a U.S. citizen. It just means that the executive agencies at this moment are forbidden by Donald Trump to issue you a passport. And I know that you all understand how that creates difficulties for people in America.
This is going to get fast tracked to the Supreme Court, I imagine. I think the executive order gives 30 days, but this is already going to have direct harm, imminent harm.
Why do you think it'll be fast tracked? It's going to take
I don't see the court not taking this up, and because of the immediate harms that this is going to have, I think it's just going to work its way through. I mean, you think it's going to wait until the next term? Go ahead.
Oh, no. When you say fast tracked, I thought you meant
directly.
fast tracked. Oh, okay. So you mean once it makes it past an appellate
Exactly.
court?
Exactly.
Okay, yeah.
But I think
because it's
going
going to take a
the
while.
term.
Yeah,
I do think it'll be
Trump is going to fight it. He's going to say he has the power to do it. I don't know that he does. This doesn't strike me as an area where he has the authority to stop agencies from issuing government documents like passports, because I think, I'm not sure about this, but my guess is that if you are a United States citizen by birth, you are entitled to get a passport if you pay the fee. So and that's because of what the 14th Amendment says. I don't know that the president has the power to stop you from getting a passport if you already meet the eligibility requirements.
I haven't read the lawsuit, but I would imagine that they're looking for injunctive relief. So at least on that basis alone, I can see this getting up to the court for injunctive.
Yeah. They're doing that, yes, and they're suing under the 14th Amendment. They're also suing under the Administrative Procedure Act too. Yeah, there's some claims in the lawsuit.
I have a question for y'all, the legal minds. So this is supposed to take effect in 30 days, I guess, right? So let's say an undocumented migrant or someone here on a work visa has a child after 30 days. So let's say February 23rd. Is that child a citizen? Before this is overturned by a federal court or the Supreme Court? Or is that child going to be able to get a social security number, a birth certificate? Like what exactly?
So you're asking about the effect of the executive order on that child that's born. Okay. Yes, the child is a United States citizen under the 14th Amendment. The executive order is not overturning the 14th Amendment. It's not saying that you're not a citizen. It's simply saying that there are just certain things you can't get. There are certain things you can't get from the federal government because your mother was undocumented when you were born here. So while it's true that you might be able to get a birth certificate from the hospital based on where you were born, say you were born in a hospital in X city in X state, it isn't true that your mother or somebody else will be able to request a passport for you, because the passport's issued by the Department of State. The Department of State is a federal agency under the purview of the President of the United States. And since the President of the United States has told the Department of State not to issue documents such as passports to American-born children whose mothers were undocumented when the children were born, your mom won't be able to get a passport for you.
So it's just a passport, like it's not like government assistance or.
So I don't want to say authoritatively whether it's limited to passports. I just know, based on my reading of the executive order, that documents that require U.S. citizenship and are issued by federal agencies can be withheld from people who fall under the scope of the executive order. And anything else that requires a proof of citizenship.
Like a job.
Possibly.
Like you would be able to get a job if you're a citizen.
I mean, well, possibly. And right now there's a hiring freeze for federal government employment that's unrelated to the immigration agencies. I think there's an executive order freezing hiring for all federal government agencies except the immigration-related ones, I think. So I think passports are one thing that the executive order will prevent the kind of people I just mentioned from getting, but it's possible that there are other things too. Passports are not the only documents that federal agencies require proof of citizenship for.
Yeah, we're also talking about renewal too. I was just curious about that. Like even and let's say, so we're not even talking about children, but for example, let's say you were someone who would fall under the 14th Amendment's purview. Your parent wasn't a citizen. You were born in this country. Let's say your passport expires, and we're seeking a renewal. I'm curious if that calls it into question.
Child, you better file those renewal applications now and fast track that shit, because I mean, until an injunctive order is issued, once the executive order kicks in, folks whose moms were undocumented when they got here, they can't get no passport.
Yeah, I think that's the point. Like, this throws the administrative state in a bit of a tizzy, and then also it requires courts to be very clear about the history of the 14th Amendment and what it's designed to do. I think from what I've read in the news, I haven't read any legal arguments from Trump's side, but I think part of the argument from what I've read is that the 14th Amendment wasn't designed to go this far. And so the courts are going to be required to clarify how far the 14th Amendment goes, which, if courts give a narrow reading of it and the Supreme Court upholds that kind of holding or that kind of reading of the 14th Amendment, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
I wonder if this covers children of Russian mothers who came here as recently as 2018 to have their kids in Miami, and some stayed in Trump property. So I just wonder, because he seems to like those people, and they're not, coming across borders.
I don't know. But like I said, documents issued by federal agencies, benefits issued by federal agencies that require proof of birth in America will likely not be available to the children of undocumented mothers. Based on some of the reading I've done, I think that Trump's lawyers are going to make an issue of the phrase "subject to the jurisdiction of" in the 14th Amendment's first clause. That hasn't been interpreted in a narrow way by the Supreme Court. The case that I'm thinking about that required the Supreme Court to decide who gets birthright citizenship involved people who had still pledged their allegiance to China. If I recall correctly, there might have been diplomats, correct me if I'm wrong, Black Freedom, but they were Chinese diplomats, and so because of that, they were subject to China's jurisdiction, not to the United States jurisdiction. They had their kid here in the United States, but because they were the ones who were subject to China's jurisdiction and not their child, their child was recognized as one holding American birthright citizenship. Trump's lawyers are probably going to ask courts to interpret that phrase more broadly. There are people who are saying, "Oh, well, if your mom was undocumented when you were born here in the United States, then that means that you weren't subject to the jurisdiction of the United States when you were born here." But that's not how courts have interpreted that phrase in the past. There's no telling what's going to happen now. I imagine that, let's see, the lawsuit was filed, let me see where it was filed. It was filed in the District of New Hampshire. Black Freedom, I don't know much about that federal district court. I don't know if it's in a liberal area or not. I don't know.
I think, is that the First Circuit? I think that's the First Circuit. First Circuit tends to be liberal.
Okay. Okay, yeah. So they filed it from federal court in New Hampshire. So it's possible that the judge assigned to it will be a liberal judge. To be honest, right now the law as it stands is not favorable to Trump's position. So I think that they have a good shot of at least getting what's called an injunction. An injunction is pretty much a legal order telling Trump to stop doing what he's doing. So once the injunction is granted, I think folks will be okay until the case is resolved. But given who we have on the Supreme Court now, there's no telling what will happen. I mean, these conservative justices have gone rogue, and the sky's the limit. They can do anything.
I'd be curious, like, if this does make it up to the high court, what the count will be. If it'll be unanimous, if there'll be concurrences.
You mean a unanimous decision?
I mean, well, what if there isn't, right? What's the dissent going to look like?
I don't know. I mean, so we know for sure that the 4 liberals are going to support the plaintiffs in this lawsuit. We know that. The question is, how many of the 5 conservatives will join the liberal justices? I don't know.
Well, I thought there were 3 liberals and 6 conservatives.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You're right, Chad. I forgot. Briar gone.
You got Barrett. You got Amy Coney Barrett.
Oh my God! Yes, it is 6-3. Right. So we've got Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson. Okay. Well, so 3 for sure will support the plaintiffs in this case, and the question is, are there 2 on the other side that would? I don't know.
They're trying to say that Coney Barrett is a mixed voice. I don't agree at all. But who knows what she would say, because they're trying to say now that she's on the court, she's showing she can be more moderate in her way she's in her. I just don't agree. But yeah, I don't know that Roberts will go along with that. But
if I had to guess, I would guess that Roberts wouldn't go along with Trump's position. But all of that shit is now out the door, because these conservative justices have they've shown a propensity for doing things that they claimed they would never do. So for a very long time, a lot of the conservative justices have said, when we're making decisions, we're not going to look to foreign courts for any guidance. Since then, they've done an about face, and some of the conservative justices have looked to foreign courts in determining how to make decisions. For a very long time, who's unmuted? Somebody's unmuted. I don't know what's going on. Okay. For a very long time, what's going on? What is happening?
It's Sherry.
Oh, okay. For a very long time, conservative justices have said that they don't care about legal history when making decisions. Legal history doesn't matter. They're just going to look to the text of the Constitution or a statute to determine what the language means. Well, in the Dobbs decision, they relied a lot on legal history that they made up. In the Trump versus United States decision, they also relied on legal history that they made up. So they're not sticking to their guns. They're not showing a faithfulness to principles of interpretation that they've pointed to in the past. So there's no telling what they'll do. There's really no telling.
I think anything beyond a unanimous decision makes things a little scary, especially if you're thinking about future administrations, any possible future challenge to birthright citizenship.
So the problem with that observation, Black Freedom, is that in my view, it doesn't reflect the America we live in now. Gone are the days of unanimous decisions. We're not getting them. We're
100%.
organized as a nation. We're not getting them now. The most we can hope for is a 5-4, a 5-4 decision, maybe a 6-3 decision favoring a position that we believe is progressive and more in line with the values of equality that many of us believe America should apply. But I don't see us having unanimous decisions on hot button topics like this for a very long time.
But isn't it interesting? But isn't it interesting that when we think about Brown and the work that Chief Justice Warren did to get a unanimous vote because of the concern, as much as folks try to say that Roberts is an institutionalist, I don't think he can whip it up. To your point, I hear that. I think that we've had fractured. I think that justices are more cabined in their politics than in previous times. So that's what's telling to me more than being. But I think it's more about the justices being more fractured in these times than our politics. Because when Brown everybody wasn't on board with, of course, desegregation. But I think the justices are more partisan, at least more explicitly partisan than in the past, and that's what will make it different. That's what will make it difficult to get a unanimous decision. I don't know. I'm not sure that I agree with that. I know that at least one of the justices said that the passing of Justice Fred Vinson convinced him that there was a God. Because Justice Fred Vinson was hell-bent on maintaining racial segregation. And the justice who talked about his renewed belief in God said that if Fred Vinson were alive, if he were alive when the Supreme Court decided the Brown versus Board decision, that Fred Vinson would have dissented from that decision for sure. But he passed away shortly before the Supreme Court issued its decision on it, and that his passing was one reason that they were able to get a unanimous vote. So I don't know that they were less fractured than. Even you said that Justice Hugo Black was a former Klan member, and if I recall correctly, he was alive. Wasn't he one of the justices who signed on to the Brown decision? I think he was.
So I want to ask a question because maybe I don't have my liberal credentials, or maybe I'm just ignorant. But I mean, is it necessarily bad to remove birthright citizenship?
Yes.
Why?
I've talked a lot, and despite what some of y'all think, I don't like monopolizing the mic. So I will.
Yeah. Anyone who wants to ask.
Yeah, I would like
The reason why.
MJ.
Okay.
Hello. So, Ryan, my brother has birthright citizenship. My parents followed the entire legal process when we immigrated to this country. I was born in another country. We came here, and a couple of years later, while we were still waiting for everything to be processed, they had another child. They didn't use him to, stay here. The way that their paperwork happened was through the legal system. I don't see why there has to be an absolute. Like, why can't you allow for case-by-case scenario for people to come into this country as needed? Like, I think it's kind of weird to cut people off in a natural process where people are either married or they have a partner and they reproduce, and that so happens to be a child that's here. So I don't get it. And what's with the face goat? I don't.
Can I ask a question?
I got it.
What's with the face
I wanted
goat?
to answer the question. But go ahead. I don't think he's gonna respond.
Yeah, so for me, the reason why ending birthright citizenship is incredibly problematic is because birthright citizenship, God, I don't know what year the 14th Amendment, but it's well over 100 years of the United States like benefiting from an influx of immigrants from Europe, particularly by and large, right? And now that the demographics are changing such that new birthright citizenship recipients are not as white, it is all of a sudden a problem. This, to me, screams, God, yeah, like it's unjust. I think it simply has to do with race. It simply has to do with ethnicity, the switching of the demographics. And that makes it problematic. Why was it so good for Germans? And why was it so good for Jews and Italians and Irishmen and women, right? But not good now that things have changed demographically. There's nothing, there's no piece of data that people are going to be able to underwrite this with to say, okay, this is why immigration is different now than then. So yeah, Ryan, that's
yeah, I mean, if I can respond.
Jay, in your analysis, that wasn't very pro-black of you. Birthright citizenship is for the Negro. I don't know what you're talking about with Germans, but your analysis is not going deep enough, brother.
No, they benefited from it even more than Black Americans.
Incorrect. Sir.
Hold on.
Okay, so what was going on?
So you're saying.
So real quick, keep in mind the 14th Amendment was used to. Keep in mind that the 14th Amendment. But keep in mind that the 14th Amendment was designed to nullify Dred Scott.
If you don't got facts, then let somebody who has facts.
Honestly,
You know facts. You saying there were more Black Americans that got birthright citizenship than Europeans?
So, lawyer, can he answer the question?
I'll go after Black freedom.
That was the library.
So keep in mind that, I mean, this is for everybody in the room folks who don't know. The 14th Amendment was used to nullify Dred Scott, which was, it did a number of things, one of which was to determine that Black people in this country were not citizens, thus they could not bring suit in federal court. The 14th Amendment eliminates Dred Scott by saying that all people born in this country are citizens. So what that immediately does is it opens up a bevy of rights for Black people, one of which is to bring lawsuits, be on equal footing with white people in terms of contracting, so on and so forth. It becomes the basis by which Black people can assert their rights as citizens. Individuals who are formerly enslaved are now able to enjoy the same right, at least theoretically and constitutionally, as other citizens of the country.
So let me build on that. A wonderful way to think about what Black freedom struggle just offered is to understand that the Birthright Citizenship Clause in the 14th Amendment was a great equalizer. That's what it did. It made sure that the government couldn't use some meaningless criterion to prevent people from becoming citizens and as a result being able to access rights that were previously denied to people who weren't citizens. So if you were born in the United States, you were automatically a citizen, no matter your religion, no matter your race, no matter your political affiliation, no matter where your parents came from. Everybody born here is a citizen. And that is really important since we know that as a country, we still haven't overcome our xenophobia. We still haven't overcome our racism. We still haven't overcome our bigotry. We're still dealing with that stuff. The Birthright Citizenship Clause in the 14th Amendment guarantees everybody who is born here a chance to access a panoply of rights that anybody who is living in the United States and wants to participate meaningfully in our society should be entitled to. Another reason birthright citizenship is important is that there's really no reason to even repeal it. I don't think anybody who wants the birthright citizenship clause gone can show that a bunch of undocumented people are having kids in the United States, meaning like there are all these kids being born by undocumented mothers. The number compared to the number of children born to people who who are legally in the United States is still very small. So there's no need to even do it. The other thing is, if you get rid of birthright citizenship, then every American parent is going to have to show that their child is an American citizen. It's going to be expensive. It's going to be difficult. It's quite possible that the United States might have to create a national birth registry. It might have to create some kind of national ID that can be used to prove citizenship. I mean, I know we have the passport already, but passports aren't the sort of thing that everybody can get right away. They're expensive, they take time. And so there are Americans who are citizens who could be denied their citizenship rights because people mistake them for non-citizens. So there's no need to repeal it anyway. It's not as if people want to call them anchor babies. It's not as if anchor babies are being born here at an alarmingly high rate. It's not happening. And then getting rid of birthright citizenship is going to require us to come up with something to fill in the gap. And the process of filling in the gap is going to be difficult, and it's going to be super expensive. So that's why I think birthright citizenship should stay.
And to your point, Gad, that's why the attack on birthright citizenship is really a much larger conversation, especially when you start to get into the culture wars or this like nationalist sentiment that's going to be loud during Trump's administration, because it's like you have to start to hear what they're saying it means to be an American citizen. They're starting to almost look to like values, right? Like to be an American citizen, you will have to be XYZ. You hear JD Vance crazy ass saying like, when you hear them talk about birthright citizenship and attack it in that way, you have to contextualize it with the shit they say about people who are not Christians, people who don't have children, adults without babies. Like, these are the type of people they're starting to say should not have the same amount of rights. That's what the attack on birthright citizenship is going to start to look like. Like, if you're an adult with no children, are you a citizen? Because do you have American values? That's what this shit is about. Y'all motherfuckers talk about nothing.
So I just want to say one more thing before people start telling me I talk too much. I mean, my question was actually an intellectual one, because I mean, understanding the reason why America has birthright citizenship, it's not something that most countries have, most developed countries have. So understanding the reason why it was actually created and whether it actually is the most beneficial for Black people at this point is the question I was, inadvertently asking. So I mean, I think from what you said, it's when Black people benefit, MJ, that they have an issue with it, which I can understand, but that doesn't necessarily state whether or not it's actually good. And to what you're saying as well, Hurricane, what's your name now, God? Is that you're saying it would be problematic, it would be challenging, it would be extremely expensive, and it could actually be implemented incorrectly if it were done. But that also doesn't answer the question.
You didn't hear me when I said that one of the reasons birthright citizenship exists is so that meaningless criteria such as race, ethnicity, can't be used to deny people citizenship, which, if done, would prevent them from accessing a panoply of basic rights that people need to enjoy life in the United States. You don't think that's important?
Wait, hold, because I mean, you said I don't think that it's important. That is that is not the same as necessary, right? So I mean, what I was pointing to is exactly what you're actually affirming right now. Is that you're stating there could be a lot of challenges. It would be difficult. The implementation could actually be.
No, you didn't listen to me at all. Yeah. So the difficulty in implementation was the last reason I gave for needing.
I know.
No, hold on, sir. Since we want to be intellectual, then let's recall what I actually said. The first reason I gave is that we need birthright citizenship so that meaningless criteria such as race and ethnicity and others can't be used to deny people citizenship. The reason we need to make citizenship available and not subject to such meaningless criteria is that we already have a history of such meaningless criteria being used to deny people citizenship who deserve it. Case in point, black people and Dred Scott. The Dred Scott decision said, you know what? Black people, as a matter of law, are not United States citizens, and as a result, there are no rights that white people are required to give to black people. Black people can't get shit. They are permanent second-class citizens in these United States, and as a result, they should be treated as such. It took a war, it took the 13th Amendment, and it took the 14th Amendment to begin to fix that problem. Actually, the 15th Amendment, too, if you want to add that, because that one said black men should should be able to vote. That's what that said. If you really want to be complete, then you have to get to the 19th Amendment, too, because the 19th Amendment said that black women should be able to vote, too. So those rights, the rights to vote, also, the rights to due process, the rights to freedom from unreasonable search and seizures, a bunch of rights that we all understand today people should have if they live in the United States were not available to black people before the 14th Amendment, sir. And when those rights became available to black people under the 14th Amendment, those rights became available to other non-white people and to women and so on. So we need the 14th Amendment because if that is not there, all of a sudden we have entire groups of people whose access to civil rights is in jeopardy. That's why we need it. We cannot do without birthright citizenship. We cannot. It must remain. And if you're a black person, you should never ever use your breath to argue against birthright citizenship. Ever.
Well, to start with the first exclusion, I'm not black, I'm Jamaican, so I'm allowed to do this and I will continue.
Okay.
So the point I was trying to make
just so you know, Ryan, this is not funny to me at all. I can't laugh about it at all. It's not a funny thing. It's a very serious matter.
I'm not trying to downplay. I mean, it's definitely something that you should be passionate about, and I'm happy that in the field that you're in, you are passionate about it. But I mean, I think one of the things that I do sometimes is actually become stoic in terms of my analysis. So, I mean, what I was actually doing there earlier is not to say that the points that you mentioned were not relevant or not important or not actually a part of the system and the challenges created with actually implementing the system. What I was actually asking is those things that you refer to, are they inextricable from birthright citizenship itself?
Yes.
Well, I don't think you proved that. I don't think you proved that.
Should I tell you why? Should I tell you why I didn't prove it? I didn't prove it because I had to. I assumed that people involved in this conversation have taken the time to read all 5 sections of the 14th Amendment. So that they know what it means and what it guarantees to people in the United States. So pardon me for mistakenly assuming that you understand how all parts of the 14th Amendment fit.
Nobody really understands.
I do not, which is why I ask questions. I mean, I don't take that as an offense. So no, that's the thing I have. I mean, I'm not being some devil's advocate here. I'm not trying to deter people or create disruption by asking questions. I thought it was a valid question. I thought there were people in this room who were capable of answering, and that's why I asked the question. It's not because I'm Jamaican. It's not because I'm not Jamaican or black or all of those things. I thought it was a question, and I asked. Thank you.
It's not a question that you can answer in 30 seconds, Ryan. The 14th Amendment is not the easiest part of the Constitution to understand. People have written books, dissertations on it. There are tons of judicial decisions that discuss what even just 5 words of a portion of that amendment mean. So, like if you ask Black Freedom and I, we could talk for hours about what the 14th Amendment guarantees to people. And we might not even agree on everything. It's not an easy question to answer in a minute. That's why I try to boil things down.
And if you want to know more about it, Martha Jones, the historian, has written a book about it called Birthright Citizenship. There's even an audio.
You're talking about Birthright Citizen?
Yes. It's called, what is it called?
It's called Birthright Citizen. Her book deals with the response of Black people on the ground to Dred Scott and how
Well, and she also deals with what was going on with Baltimore, because I think, that's how she frames it. What Black people were doing in Baltimore about birthright citizens. Mm-hmm.
For the people in the chat making fun about me saying I'm not black, I'm Jamaican, it's a joke. It's a joke. It was obvious from the tone and the language in which they used it. I don't believe that. That's what people on this app say. I thought you would have realized that. Thank you.
Hold up, Ryan. Jamaicans are black? Jesus.
No, I'm not black. I mean, I get told on this app every day I'm not black. and if I say it, no, it's an issue.
Shout out to the blacks, man.
We know black, we Dominican.
I know that's right.
And I mean that with my full chest. We're not playing this whole U.S. racial construct in other countries, applying that shit all over the world. No, fuck you.
Whatever, Blackie.
I don't know, your PTR is pretty black. Am I wrong?
All right, that was funny. I'll give you that.
Yeah, why are you playing blackface, mother?
This is a meme, y'all. Y'all have never seen this meme before?
Yeah,
it's an old meme.
It's old and tired.
The Dominican conceptuals of race. That's old and tired too.
It is. Well, now that I'm talking to my vacation friend over here, it is interesting that you didn't bring up the fact that Haiti doesn't have birthright citizenship in your conversation, right? And that is actually not the norm on the planet. I found that to be fascinating. The second thing was, it's like watching deja vu. Like when Dominicans got rid of birthright citizenship in 2013, it's a similar argument. These people are a drain on our country. We have to stop bringing them in. Yada yada. It's like shut the fuck up, MJ.
Your economy wouldn't have been
Hold on a minute. I'm still talking, right? It's a similar argument being used in the United States to end birthright citizenship. Stop getting triggered. I understand.
I'm not triggered. I'm just telling you the fact.
It's okay. Take a breath. It's not that serious.
It is.
Take a breath.
It is serious.
Actually, go ahead.
It is serious because you're picking up your own black people and you're sending them to Haiti because you're only looking at skin color because you're a bunch of racist fucks. But, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Island of Hispan.
But anyways, it's a similar argument, right? These people are a drain. We need to stop them from coming here, yada, yada. You're watching the same shit happen in the U.S. 10 years later. The people that end up coming or that end up, are they gonna, what's the plan for people who are born here after the fact? Are they just gonna be classified as illegal immigrants? Nobody knows.
Thank you to the beautiful female mods for this space.
Hello?
Yeah, we can.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, my fault. That's why I don't talk.
Who said I can't be racist because my last name is white? That's
This is true.
that's hilarious. I like that one.
Yeah, my last name really is white.
How the fuck I'm gonna be racist if my last name is white? Yeah. Who said that? Do you remember who said that?
No, I'm telling you, I said it. That's my last name, White. I used to always say it.
Oh, you made that up on your own?
Yeah, I can do that.
Good job. Good job. I like that one. I think I'm gonna use that shit.
I used to like big on Facebook back in the days when Facebook was big.
How can you be racist if your last name is white? Yeah.
So, I mean, realistically, right? Like, I know that they're going to challenge this in court, and it's probably not going to happen, right? Because you have to get the states to approve the Connell Amendment, sole birthright citizenship. So it's highly unlikely to happen. Correct? Is that when most people land?
Yeah, that'd be a question for the guys.
Yes,
With this Supreme Court, what y'all think, for real or black?
Yeah, so the question would be about the executive order itself. Not so much, the Constitution, but then the executive order calls into question to a certain degree the scope of the 14th Amendment, which could be the strategy all along, by the way. Like, the Trump administration may understand that this is a losing battle, but what it requires the court to do, if not in a holding, then at least in dicta, which is just basically commentary that the court provides that may provide guidance to agencies. What it may require agencies and other entities to do is to narrow the scope by which the 14th Amendment is applied. So that may have been the strategy all along. Like, hey, guess what? We want the court to tell us exactly how broad the 14th Amendment should be interpreted. So in terms of the actual 14th Amendment itself, of course, that's Congress's wheelhouse. But the scope of the 14th Amendment's application, at least as it pertains to federal agencies, is what's going to be interesting. So yeah, this will probably lose in court, but I'll be curious about the dissents. I'll be curious about the majority opinion and how limited or how broad it is.
it's just quiet in there. Did y'all see the Daddy's Home?
Oh yeah, shameless non-plug. I put non in parentheses. Put it in the chat. My co-clerk's on the complaint and my former classmate, so that's really cool. Gotta hit her up to get some tea. Without, of course, sharing client privilege information, but that's really cool. It's always cool to see people you know doing great work.
Are there actually like statistics on how many people are getting their citizenship through birthright citizenship and what that breakdown looks like? Because I'm curious if the best, if most of the key demographic benefiting from it currently is still Black people or people from Black countries.
I don't know how they keep track of that, but I remember a while back, there was a case out of Texas that they stopped issuing birth certificates to undocumented people that were having babies there. I think they would issue them some sort of paperwork, but they didn't issue them birth certificates. And then, that went up to the court, and they said that they needed to. I don't think it went up to the Supreme Court. I really don't remember, but I don't know if it's like hospitals, that had made like these decisions. Oh, we need to stop sending birth certificates, or what happens there? Like, does the state have to enforce this against the hospitals?
Ryan, what was the question? I kind of missed that.
No, I was saying in terms, because you were saying that, Black people, it's not an argument whether Black people benefit from birthright citizenship. I was just wondering if we were the largest demographic benefiting from it, especially recently.
What do you mean? So historically, if you count together all the people...
Well, not historically, recently, like last decade.
I think that, in my whole original point, right, for me, the reason why there's even energy towards like removing birthright citizenship is the changing demographics. And that is important, right? To say, okay, this is what people should be doing. Like, this is the basis, right? Just because it's worked out for so long for all of these other groups, right? But now it's no good because the actual shift in demographics is happening. I would say that you would look at the largest minority groups coming into the country, and there'd probably be some kind of correlation there. Probably Latino, I would say, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. It may not.
Felipe says it's not, and he has the data. You can share it in the chat, Felipe, or come up. But I was genuinely curious because, like I was saying earlier, I live in Miami, so most of the people actually benefit from it are not Black. At least anecdotally. The demography in you don't have that many Black immigrants in Miami in general, so that's part of it. Yeah, Haitians, Jamaicans, Caribbeans, and that's...
There's some Black Latinos as well, but the grand majority of Latinos that are coming, even to a place like Miami, which is probably disproportionately Caribbean Latino compared to the rest of the country, it's still mostly white, which is...
Yikes! 48% Mexico. Yeah. Wow. You see that link he posted? That Philippe posted?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, I'm not even talking about whether the executive order is constitutional or not. I was speaking to the policy itself. I mean, you think most Black Americans would actually agree with that? This policy, if they realize that the biggest, largest benefactors are Mexican.
You talking about Black Americans agreeing with removing birthright citizenship because Black people aren't even the beneficiaries to begin with?
No, I'm asking the question. I mean, I can't speak for it.
I'm not saying it's an affirmative statement. Yeah, I mean, I can see that.
Don't you think most people crossing the border from Mexico to have a baby here are going back immediately after or soon after? Like, I don't think they're staying here.
I know a lot of people that have done that, right? But I wouldn't go as far as to say the majority of people that I know that have come here and had kids went back. That would be, and this is the case in my Black Caribbean world. So,
yeah, most of the people that I know come here to have their kid, they go back home. They don't stay here.
You from Miami too, right, Sin? So what countries are you talking about when you say the people you?
Dominican Republic is mostly the people that I know. They come here to have their kids. Chinese people also come here to have their kids and go back home. Russians, well, maybe not now, but I would say a lot of people from other countries. But I could tell you a lot of Dominicans come here and have their kids. I mean, if you have the money to do so, a lot of Dominicans do that. Though a lot of them have,
Yeah, but the biggest benefactors are Mexicans. I mean, you think Dominicans have the same process as Mexican?
No. I'm not saying that, but the Dominicans that I know that come here undocumented, they come here to have their kid and they go back home. I don't know how it is for Mexicans like that, but and I probably know a small sample set, so I'm not saying everybody, but I'm wondering, how many of those people, how many of those kids are actually being raised here? Is it just a situation where they're coming here to have the kid and then go back home? So,
yeah, I get for sure. I get exactly what. Like I said, I've seen a lot of people do that same thing as well. But the question that is kind of burning in my head right now is, what is the long-term demographic, economic, consequences of removing birthright citizenship? What happens? What is the big thing that is going to change long term? If that's
we would have less Mexican Americans is the only obvious conclusion from the data.
That's it. I think it's. I mean, what happens to people that are getting certain types of visas, right?
We have a declining birth rate already.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so
people are less likely to bring their kids when they're on a visa, right? The kid stays home one lot more often now, which means what? What does it really mean? Because decrease in population is decrease in GDP. I don't give a fuck what anybody tries to tell me. Your population's going down, so is your growth. And I think this country's addicted to perpetual growth. I don't see it working out in the pockets. I don't know. Somebody give me an argument.
So, big sister, you're asking, again, big sister, again. I mean, for these conversations, I mean, I have ideological perspectives and biases, but I don't find them adhering to them because I believe them to be useful. So, I mean, if I'm in a situation where I can ask people who will actually challenge my opinions or create justifications as to why they believe that their ideologies are actually correct, yes, it's just a conversation. I mean, I don't have an agenda. I'm not trying to impose anybody's beliefs. I'm just asking questions with the hopes of getting different perspectives. And I think it's very useful because, I mean, in this particular situation, I mean, Donald Trump obviously has a reason for creating this executive order. I mean, I don't even know if we know whether it's actually a popular policy or belief or not.
It's popular.
Right? Because, I mean, yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I mean, it doesn't matter whether and that's the thing with Donald Trump. I mean, he doesn't matter whether he actually gets it done. He says he's going to do it, and I mean, the base cheers, and even at the end of his administration, if he doesn't do it, they forget. But he said he was going to do it, and so I mean, that's the thing I realize is that I mean, he doesn't even have to deliver on his promises. He just needs to say what they want him to do, and that makes him, their hero. So I mean, those are the things I'm thinking about.
I mean, but if you look globally, and this is an icky take, but globally, there's the sentiment of our country first. There are a lot of refugees that are being bandied about. People, for whatever reason, I'm not saying that it's right. Of course, it's just their opinion. They don't want it. And a lot of other major countries, if you're not a citizen, you can't go there and pop out a baby and the child is automatically a citizen. So I think the United States was rare in that occurrence. The conversations I've had with people have actually disappointed me. But I guess most people aren't really going to have an opinion one way or the other if it doesn't impact them, which is pretty much how everything else works. So there's that.
I think we're gonna end up like Spain, like Japan, like Italy. All those countries are begging for people now. Right?
Man, I went to Cuba and I saw the line because what Spain is doing is it's saying like if you can prove some kind of descendancy to Spain, like you're automatically going to be allowed back into like I think, man, I want to say full citizenship, but I won't quote. You can't quote. Don't quote me on that, but. Yeah, they're begging like former colonial citizens to come back because economies need growth.
I mean, Switzerland did that too, MJ, and now you know what they're doing? They're paying people to leave.
You mean the Muslims?
No, just immigrants. They're paying them to leave. Volunteer.
Why are they paying them to leave?
I mean, okay, Chichibi, put all that stuff right here, because that's melting. Mommy doesn't want it on the floor. It's on this side. It is melting. So take your shoes, your jacket. Do you have fun?
It's snowballs.
It's snowballs. Okay, close the door, because Mama's cold. Okay. Sorry.
That was sweet.
Oh my God! All the adults, all the kids are outside throwing snowballs at each other. It's so cute. Aww. Except for you, because I'm cold. I think they did it. I'm not sure. There was also some increased violence against immigrants that were occurring there. Not a lot. And I think it was just like a resident sentiment, if that makes sense. But countries never give a really good reason why they do things like this. It's just, I think it happens every couple of 100 years. There's just this push to expel people that they don't believe belong there. So it's nothing new, sad.
You know what's really crazy about all this? God gave us the land, yet man founded it. I just find that quite disappointing, fascinating, and every other emotion all at the same time. Raise your vibrations, kings and queens.
I found that amusing. Thank you, Daniel.
So what was the consensus with if this would benefit the Black populace in the United States? Benefit or no?
I think it's a lose-lose. If you ask me, I think it's a lose-lose. I think if this economy slows down, Black people get affected. I think if the downward pressure on wages, right, that comes from immigration, regardless of what it negatively impacts. But I think the solution, right, to that downward impact or the downward pressure of wages by immigrants, undocumented or documented, is collective bargaining. Which is what happened 100 years ago in this country, right? Like, Irish person would get off the boat and they would be brought into the unions or whatever industry they would get into. That's all we gotta really do. But nobody talks about unions anymore.
Well, the honest truth is, it would harm the economy in the short term, but it would, in my opinion, benefit in the long term. And the reason why is because there was a time in this country where wages kind of coincided with the general uptick in the economy. Have y'all seen that young man on TikTok? He's a very respectful young Black man, and he asked these older people, they're typically white, maybe 80s, 90s, like how much they paid for their first house. And a lot of them say $12,000, $50,000. And, there was a time in this country where someone could reasonably expect to go work at a factory, let's just say, be able to afford a house, not the monstrosities that we have today, 6,000 square feet, marble everywhere, but a house, a home for a family. And it would absolutely force corporations to pay Americans a fair wage. Would they take that out on the market in terms of pricing? Absolutely. But eventually, there would be a new status quo. You would have to pay American workers more. The Black community would benefit because there is a tendency to hire a lot of others in its stead. I think Americans would benefit more, actually. Maybe we would value things more, such as, the things that we we grow locally and build locally. So that's kind of like, that's the icky part of it. The other side of it, it actually would benefit us. It would hurt for a little while, but eventually, things would settle down. So.
Cool, good. I love this discussion. This is dope. Thank you, Mickey, for bringing this up. Have you ever seen the graph, the inflation graph from 1700 to like today? You ever seen that graph?
Not from 1700s, but again, it was the 1700s.
No. You should see this graph. I'm going to paste it in the.
I'm assuming there was an inflection point, is what you're getting at.
Oh, a dramatic, to say the least, an incredibly dramatic one. But I'll show it.
Yeah, I wonder what period of time. I'm assuming that free labor part might have something to do with it.
But if you think about that, America is not really a come be a U.S. citizen. It's more come be a worker. Like, there's labor involved in that. I don't think it's a fair exchange. Because if you say, give me your tired, give me your hungry, bring me your free, it shouldn't be at a HB1 visa premium, in my opinion.
Hey, you stupid. Look, but on the real though, okay, there's a working class to, validate your point. Then there's an investor class. The investor class bases their value on maximizing the labor class. And it just so happens the labor class is the most expensive line item in that relationship. Labor is the number one expenditure in any business. I don't care what business you have, your labor costs are on top of that P&A. So you think America's only designed for the worker, like to come work? or is it something a little bit more sinister than that? It's almost like they're taking a page out of the Monarch's book for wealth building, but hiding behind this free market kind of veil, if you will.
Yeah, I see the graph. I posted a link in the chat.
I mean, yeah, if you know, when we think of immigrants, a lot of people tend to think of, you know, the main idea in the main, and I'm playing devil's advocate, by the way, I'm not a fan of, you know, cratering the economy for any reason, but people think of, the sentiment is typically they contribute to the economy. No one ever says it contributes to the fabric of the nation. Nobody cares about that, right? We're not the melting pot anymore. Groups are not centering themselves, gathering themselves, right? As political fronts, as economic fronts, as we see with the Asians, a very, very specific, intentional, deliberate march towards wealth via education and saving. So much so that, you know, Asian households have now become the number one wealth holders when you look at housing, education, and so forth and so on. Not the 1%, not yet, but it's going to get there, right? And that's been in a very, very short time period. So if you take that part out, the contributing to the economy, because of course, if you're here and you're working, you should contribute to the economy. But if you take that part out, I think that's the argument that the Trumpers are looking at, whether you agree with it or not.
Well, MJ's graph is, this is fascinating. Go ahead, bro. I didn't think, oh man, it's wild. Yeah, because I thought it would have been a lot. I didn't realize how recent. Like, shit.
Well, you know what that 1972 is? There's like this series of graphs on 1972, which marks, I think, the changing, like the removal from the gold standard. I don't want to get into that part of it, but the reason
fractional reserve and the Fed,
yeah, the fiat currency thing, like this inflation that we're dealing with, right? People want to blame it on so many different things. You look at this graph, there were huge, insane waves of inflation throughout this entire period, like from 1775 to 1910, 1940, if you look at this graph. Potato famine, the Italians, the fucking Holocaust, like major, and I'm talking major, we're talking about as a percentage of the U.S. population, right? But the economy was able to absorb that in minimal, I mean, especially looking at relatively from a comparison of now, very minimal impact on inflation. Yeah, there's just something else going on that is making wages not unable to compete with the ability for Americans to purchase a particular basket of goods, man. It just don't make, you know what I'm saying? There's something else going on. And if we don't collectivize, if we don't really sit up here and start unionizing, this shit's gonna, you know, they'll point the finger at immigrants, right? They'll make these policies in the name of, you know, let's keep it American, let's get our money up again, but it's not really a part of the problem to begin with, is my entire point. You see what I'm saying?
No, I'm that everything that people believe that it is, and you have other countries that are following this model, or if anything, the U.S. is finally following this model. That's what I'm saying, to play devil's advocate. People want, and we know why, it's a lot of icky reasons. They have decided to make a new target. I mean, we've seen this play so many times throughout history. And unfortunately, it's usually very successful. It doesn't matter if it kills the country that does the expelling after a while. People want it to happen. And they have elected a president who is very fervent, who is very justified and confident that this is what Americans want. So much so that Elon was doing a Hail Hitler several times. And Trump is gleefully signed these executive orders and said that race during his inaugural address, race is no longer going to be at the forefront of anything in this country. It's going away.
Well, that's necessary, right?
God bless America.
That's absolutely necessary.
I don't think. Well, I personally, I accept race. I love my black skin, but I don't believe race is a figment of man's imagination. It's a social construct. I far exceed the color of my skin and the exterior. Everything that's within me is far greater than what's on the outside of me. So while I respect history, I won't disrespect history, and I love my black skin. Yeah, race is literally one of the most non-productive. It's divisive. Throughout history, it's done nothing to help uplift the whole. It just, I don't know why we even acknowledge it, other than the fact we have to because of the pain associated with it. But I transcend race, but I'm not gonna, be naive to the history and the realities that we're facing. So that part of it, I'm okay with. But I'm also looking at this through the lens of, I think because race is a thing, the only thing that could help to kind of bring a collective front that is associated with, I guess, optimizing the whole is to getting to know your neighbors better, like not becoming this tribal or using tribalism to separate each other and justifying, I guess, your stance on whatever issue you may have a hold your position on, but really getting to know the people that you share this land with, because obviously, to MJ's point and at Graham, there's something else happening, and I don't think everyone's at the party. So if the masses aren't at the party and the masses are now buying all the Kool-Aid that those people that are at the party are serving just to keep you separate, then getting rid of race, getting to know your neighbor, trying to listen to other ideas that you don't agree with, and truly just not using any bias when you're just dealing with another person probably is the one thing that and it's free. It doesn't cost us anything to do that, but it seems like to be the most difficult thing that we are unwilling to commit to. And so the people that are at the party, I guess that small group wins. And, you get rid of race, that's one huge barrier that can hopefully get us back to that point. But, I know people probably not going to want to subscribe to that, but I think it'll help.
Just before we completely move away from that MJ graph, it's worth noting that there was a lot more economic instability in terms of crashes, in particular bubbles, prior to economists realizing that a small amount of inflation is ultimately good for the economy. So that shift is actually what you're seeing in the bend and then the hockey stick graph there. It's actually
hold on. Can you explain? Can you explain it again? I'm sorry, I missed it. What were you saying about?
So basically, a small amount of inflation. So you talk about the target rate of 2% is actually better for the economy than not having any inflation, because what ends up happening is the boom and bust cycles get much more pronounced when you don't have any inflation at all. Now there's negative repercussions for that, and I'm not trying to give an economic sermon here, and frankly there's people on stage who'd be better at giving it than me, but the inflation that was intentionally created within the economy is ultimately a good thing because it actually helps the economy flow.
You ever read The Creature from Jekyll Island? Has anyone ever read The Creature from Jekyll Island?
That's a horrible book that nobody should read.
Really? Why do you say that?
Because it's a conspiracy theory about the Fed, and there are other countries that have national banks. We're not the only one.
Okay. Well, let's get to the inflation. I think you're right in terms of some level of inflation, because you want to balance things as best as possible, and I guess you're creating balance with that. But I don't know, man. Macroeconomics are a funny thing. You got to really kind of be very specific with how you approach it. So
yeah. So, go ahead.
The other bad thing that people forget, that other than the inflation, its polar opposite is deflation. And deflation is probably even worse than inflation, right? Inflation, other than obviously contributing to price instability, and if it's really high, it is really, really bad and people hate it and economy cannot function properly, right? But the polar opposite of it is deflation, when the economy just stops functioning altogether, right? Like think Great Depression. There is inflationary spiral, right, where prices go up higher and higher, but there is also a deflationary spiral where basically money doesn't circulate in the economy. Nobody buys anything, nobody sells anything. So on balance, it is better to run the economy just a tiny bit hot, right? Not to risk going into deflation, but also not to risk going into an inflationary spiral. That's what the Federal Reserve is tasked with, right? Two mandates counterbalancing together. One of the mandate is price stability, right? That the prices are relatively stable to the extent that people can do business with each other, thinking about long-term and planning for hiring, for expansion, for investment, all of those things. That's price stability mandate of the Fed. And the other mandate is full employment, right? Those things have to be balanced, right? Because if you create too much, if you lean on one lever too much versus the other, right, you can put the economy either into deflation or deflationary spiral or an inflationary spiral. And those things tend to fly off the rock during crises, and that's why Fed has this task to manage these things.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily against fiat currency either, Philippe. You know what I'm saying? Or Your Honor. Like, I'm not really necessarily against it. I understand keeping inflation at a reasonable level, how important that is. But if you look at the other graph I posted, where it talks about how around that same time that you see that great like increase in inflation, that 1972 marker, you see like GDP, right, leave unskilled worker wages like behind. So something happens when like there's so much more productivity, right? But yet wages just stagnate, and they've been stagnant. What we're talking about for the past 50 years, right? Unskilled wages, and this is the battle cry, right? Why are our wages stagnant? Everybody wants to know why, and the scapegoat is immigrants right now.
Yeah, sure. Well, like Piketty wrote the whole book about it, right? The answer to that is deregulation during, well, Carter partially, but mostly, right? Reagan, the whole neoliberal era when inequality skyrockets, right? And check out Piketty's book or read the summary of it. It's really good. Basically, looks at a lot of data, economic data, and proves that the return from capital is growing faster than overall growth of the economy, which contributes enormously to inequality, right? And that creates this type of stagnation for, let's say, bottom 50, I think, or bottom 40% of the economy in the United States, while everybody that has exposure to capital investment, equity, stock market, and stuff like that, benefits enormously from it. So basically, the amount of investment in people's labor is having less return than amount of investment in equity, property, whatever, all of those things, right? And this contributes to this type of a stagnation. And a lot of crisis responses in the United States, like during Obama, while necessary, didn't go far enough and it kind of contributed to the problem farther and didn't go far enough to account for this thing. It's a whole story. But yeah, the growth rates also, technological growth rates have, the IT economy has kind of stopped around 2006 also. So, and there is nothing new to replace it yet, at least maybe AI, but who knows?
Yeah. And that's why, Philippe, I talk about collective bargaining, getting better deals from your corporation. If the value of your corporation is increasing so exponentially, but the value of you're still keeping that corporation running with your labor, right? So how come that value, you're not feeling any of that, as much of that value, right? There's something needs to be done to fill that gap. Like that gap shouldn't be exponentially increasing, right? Because where is it going? Where is it headed? You see what I'm saying?
So so basically you're gonna need some regulatory arm to kind of create this certainly like this perfect scenario, because how are you going to tell a company that they can't pursue maximization of profitability without infringing upon their right to the freedom market?
By collectivizing their labor, like saying, look, we are your employees, right? Unless X, Y, Z, right? And this doesn't necessarily even have to be like increase my wage, but you're gonna maybe have to match me like a mandatory match on the 401k, like at the bare minimum.
Okay. Well,
because we're talking about the value of equity in capital markets increasing at a higher level, right, than wages in particular. And there's being a huge gap in productivity, right? GDP per person versus the wages. That's what is going to take that gap away. You see what I'm saying?
No, I'm with you, but you're not accounting for the variable of how does that labor respond to what it is you're suggesting is a greater. I think it's better for them, but we don't know how the labor will respond relative to the obligation of their corporation to their shareholders and those who have a vested interest in them maximizing their profit.
When you say the labor response, when you say that labor responding, how could it respond?
For example, I take my little small anecdote. I was spoiling my team. I'm thinking I'm paying them high wages, and it just got to the point where they like, man, fuck this shit. I'm not giving you the productivity relative to my investment, just because they might just feel like they just come to the realization like I'm being exploited for my labor. I felt like it was almost like they wanted to, be me and not have to show up every day but still get the benefit. It's just a psychological disposition I dealt with. That's just my little small anecdote. I'm not suggesting that people wouldn't be very happy to go to work, but you have to look at the aspect of the reality of this situation is no matter what, if you have an investor class, there is a level of exploitation that is directly related to that labor that unless it's AI or automated, fully automated, there is a level of exploitation that will be realized, and the psychological reaction is something that I dealt with firsthand. I'm assuming we can't not account for it if we even this thing out.
Yeah, and
the investor's gonna lose, because some companies gonna say fuck that shit, and then that's gonna throw everything off. You see what I'm saying? Because they have the right to do that. Unless you unilaterally say, hey, every company in America, this is how you must perform. Now we become a communist economy or a socialist economy, and that's not gonna fly. You see what I'm saying? Or at least the narrative would be that that's where we're heading. So I'm with you. I want to see it happen, but I just don't know how it can be realized unless you got a Donald Trump that's gonna make us go through these pain points, as Mickey said. Hopefully it'll get done in his first term to where you can realize, okay, let's stay down to get down. But shit, I don't see that happening, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel like I'm dominating the conversation a little bit. I feel it can be done. I feel like there are ways in which the labor or the laborers, right, can benefit from the rise in equity in the companies that they work for, in a way.
Yeah, they got co-ops. They got co-ops, but that's a choice of the company to become a co-op. You see what I'm saying? I don't know, bro. I don't know. I put it like this. I want what you are suggesting to happen. It's just because of the nature of our free market, man. Look, I've talked to some people that will tell me to go fuck myself, talking about doing something that they feel that their employees can do for themselves and for them. That's all the while enriching themselves, and that's I'm the little guy in that situation. And they tell you go fuck off, then what you gonna do? Argue with them while they continue to run their companies, making whatever they're making? It's just and that's just my small little circle. Imagine these big players that are in the Fortune 100, Fortune 500, and they ringing that bell a couple hours ago, a few hours back, and all of that, man. Shit. It get real. I'm sure you're well aware this shit is a shark infested.
Oh, I know it's real. But like, these things happened already. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like 100 years ago, when unions was like literally people was dying, fighting in the street to unionize and shit. You know, it happened. You know what I'm saying? I hope it doesn't come to that again. I think there are things that can be done before the shit gets to that point. But I don't know. Bro.
Well, we have AI in the gig economy, so it won't be like it was in the 70s. Because you actually have a lot of adults, working age adults that are physically able to, that are not participating in the labor market by choice, which is unprecedented. So you have people doing other. And I think that that's what's going to kind of smooth it out a little bit.
So you think they're going to make so much money that it's going to balance out the gap?
It is cold. It is cold outside. Make sure you put your hat on.
Yeah, that hog out there. I don't know where you are, but it's hog down here. Shit.
Well, I mean, think about it. The reason that TikTok was so revolutionary wasn't just another social media giant. It was the ability for people to make money with their cell phone, right, videoing foolishness. Like when, look at that Mr. Beast person, or even Kai Cenat, right? I know that those are exceptions, but you have to start with the exception sometimes. They had a cell phone. That's it. A cell phone and a physical
quality of the rooms has gone to shit, in my opinion. I've met some incredible people on this app.
Same.
I've met some really incredible people. And they're worth it. They are worth it. So, I still keep meeting people every once in a while, you know. I try to avoid the rooms, you know, that are all toxic and hate-filled. And this is why my rooms are not well attended, because my rooms are not toxic and hate-filled. So, it seems people like toxic, hate-filled rooms for some reason. Hey, how's it going? I love your statue.
I have no
idea. To that question, because my thing is this. When I was in school, I'm assuming the economists who forecast 10, 15-year projections, they didn't talk about the gig economy. No one saw this shit coming. And the reality is, it's not what it is unless we can have a phone in our hands as customers, which it definitely is it's in our hands because of some extreme exploitative practices that I don't think we really want to get into. So it's still, in order for us, Kai and Mr. Beast to be who they are, requires to have an available market. And that available market is what's in our hand right now on this app that comes from extreme exploitative practices. So you still are in it and not escaping it, number one. And number two, are there any data, because I haven't seen it, that the economists, when I was in high school, going into college, there was no such thing as a gig economy on the horizon. No one foresaw it. No economist was talking about where we are right now with this literal impact to how we live our lives on a global scale. I haven't seen any forecasts that would suggest that they saw it. So to Mickey's point, there could be another revolution that the economists just don't see coming, and we just got.
I mean, the revolution is already here, and I'll make some points. Kim said 10% of content creators make $50K. Do you know how much $50K is? Even if people make $1,000 a month, you're literally a content creator. You didn't go to college. You didn't have any training. There's not an age limitation. There's not a demographic. You're a content. You post shit, and you get $1,000 a month sometimes.
And your cost of goods are probably like
time
shit. No, I'm saying
50,000 is 1,000 a week.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Here's the thing. You're an entrepreneur, so you get tax deductions for that shit. I literally just talked to a group of people that came to fan base from TikTok, and I'm like, are y'all taking advantage of the taxes? And imagine, probably 90% of them are not, right?
They're not doing that with that 1099.
So what I'm saying is that, Greg, I use TikTok. You have to keep up with how I speak. I use TikTok as my first example, but sweetie, YouTube has been around for a long ass time. There were 10-year-olds making $50,000 a month reviewing toys before y'all even thought about using TikTok to make money. YouTube is that's the old head stuff.
And I got it. That wasn't an argument. And
Anywho, I'm a child, ADHD child. May I finish my stream of thought? God damn, that's what's wrong with some people. Entitled motherfuckers. Be quiet. Oh my God. Anywho, the fact that it's like people will be like, well, that's not that much money. It's money. And that is my point. You couldn't do that 20 years ago. You are a disruptor. You're literally a disruptor. You shouldn't exist in this marketplace because it's not designed for that. So to me, the fact of the matter is, even if Trump is a crackhead, the fact that we just announced to the world that TikTok has value for small business owners, that's a pretty big fucking deal. However you feel about it.
Yeah, it is true. So to respond, the only reason I said what I said in the comments is because you brought up Mr. B and Kai Cenat as your reply or rebuttal to TikTok. And we told you in the chat, which you didn't listen to, that Kai Cenat is from Twitch. Mr. B got his start on YouTube. Neither one used TikTok as a platform.
Is it social media? Yes or no, Greg? I didn't say they came from TikTok. I said we have social media superstars that are multimillionaires that started with a cell phone. Did you not hear me say cell phone?
Yeah, the platform doesn't matter relative to the point.
Right. Who gives a shit about the platform? Who cares? They all stream on each other's platform. I'm not on Twitch, but I'm on Facebook, and guess what? I see Kai streaming. I know who he is, despite the fact that I have teenagers.
I do too.
Hell, all the damn TikToks I see are on Instagram. They're not on TikTok. They're on Instagram because people repost content. Like, come on, y'all. Y'all are showing y'all little millennialism.
Is it the great equalizer, though? Is it the great thing that's gonna take people out of like wage slavery and shit? Like, is that?
Hell no, man. Cause
you know what I'm saying?
Look, bro, I fell out the algorithm because Instagram, I knew I was on, and I was growing super fast TikTok, but by that time, I'm like, this shit too good to be true, and the government, I like, fuck it, this is a setup, so I didn't fuck with TikTok. But I quit Instagram because I like, man, this shit pimping me. I got to post every day so I can have some subliminal marketing, some brand recognition. You mean I got another motherfucking job that I have to do? Fuck you. And I got out I quit a year. I did a year exactly. And I got back on and I had no motion. And I'm like, wow, okay, this shit really is, a part of, it's part of our day to day, at least in my world, at least, So it's like, damn, man. I think we're not thinking of the next iteration. I think whatever's coming, we haven't really thought about it, or it might be out here. But I think the way we're looking at it now, the next iteration is what it's going to be. I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't know if it's virtual. I don't know what it is. But yeah, social media got a stranglehold on everything.
Yeah. So Philippe, and that's my question, Philippe, about the macro versus how does this translate? Is this translatable to a macro level effect? I don't know. I'm just nowhere near that optimistic.
No.
But how do you the gig economy?
Not at all. It's in fact it's the opposite, right? Again, as you yourself said previously, right? Like the bottom 50% have not seen outside of Biden administration, right? It just recovered from the global financial crisis, right? All of this is quite a big question, right? For like Darren Acemoglu and other economists, right, that write about it a lot, how all of this tech revolution has not really driven quite a lot of, translated in quite a lot of market level productivity. It just hasn't. It obviously contributes to people's lifestyle, right? Connectivity and all of the things that we find valuable, but it's just not very visible into macro data.
Yeah. I mean, so where does it go then? Where is this going? Because what you're saying then is we're essentially going to continue to see this trend of great GDP numbers, stock markets going through the roof, and the grand majority of the population still stagnated when it comes to wages when you account for inflation. Yeah,
I don't know, to be honest. One thing that both Democrats and Republicans agree is that the era of economic orthodoxy since the 70s is over, right? It is over for different parties in different ways. right? But both Biden stepped back from it. How much he stepped back from it is a matter of debate, right? And Trump did too, right?
So
So
slow it down a little bit. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Conservative economic. Say that again. Conservative.
Well, the orthodox
yeah.
free market, right? Like free market, globalization, no borders for capital, more or less like
Somebody put concrete on
immigration controls. All of those things, right? Globalism, basically, what the right calls globalism, right? Both parties have turned on that, right? Where is this going? It's a good question, right? For Biden, it is a matter of interpretation, how much he stepped back from it, right? The industrial type of policies like CHIPS Act, like Inflation Reduction Act, like the biggest climate investment. This is heterodox. Like you don't do this in neoliberal regimes because industrial policy is for neoliberal economists. Industrial policy is not something that you should do. Tariffs is not something that you should do, right? So Biden is doing industrial policy. Again, to what extent is a matter of debate. And Trump is doing tariffs. Both of those things are incompatible with the economic orthodoxy since the 70s, right? So we're moving in some different direction, away from globalization towards some type of the word friendshoring was a year ago was a popular term, or Jake Sullivan used the term small yard, high fence type of economics, right? But we're moving in some different direction, and it all depends how much Trump is serious about his tariffs, because if we may end up in trade wars with everyone.
Oh, that sounds fun. Shit. Oh.
Mel,
Yes.
did you see what the WhiteHouse.gov did for the translation for Spanish for people? Well, Trump has took that page down, and it says you can no longer access the page. And mind you, this is the .gov page that helps a lot of people who are Spanish speakers be able to read what's kind of going on. And it says website unavailable. Go home. Like actually.
Oh, are you serious?
Wow. Yes, it literally says
Post the
go.
link. Please post the link, brother. Holy shit.
It's almost like when my children decide to hide their toys from each other. Yeah, I'm a parent, but I don't give a shit.
Gig workers were able to get PPP loans, which means that the federal government sees the utility in someone being an Uber driver, right? And my point was, you did have cab drivers, but not as easily as you could be an Uber driver. Does anybody remember in New York City, how it was so unique because there were a lot of cab drivers, like it was almost a family thing. You would inherit your cab, and then some people would take bonus the first.
Yeah, and the guy had equity on it. You could trade it.
I got
5 on it. Collateralize it.
It was a highly valued asset, and then Uber came in,
motherfucking internet happened,
which is also why
shit
remember in
communication.
London, they had an issue with that, and they tried to. Which, whatever side of the fence you're on, that's fine. I'm just using it as an example, right? Because I know people that got PPP loans that drove for Uber because I'm the one that told them that they could do it because they didn't even realize that they could. So, yeah, I know people that made $1,200 a month driving part-time 2 or 3 days a week to supplement their income, or in some cases, some people that is their only income because they don't want a traditional job. And they got $30,000 and $40,000 PPP loans that were also forgiven, that they didn't even have to pay back because it has utility.
Nigga, that's called fraud. You just admitted to orchestrating criminal conspiracy to conduct fraud.
When does everybody make the same amount of money in any industry?
Bitch, you committed fraud.
It's just a silly argument in my case, right? Like, that's a standard.
I just thought about this. What does this do?
Everybody's gonna make $1 million. I forgot that we're on Clubhouse where everyone does make $1 million.
Look at that link in the chat.
Oh, really? Just everybody make $1 million shit right here. Every goddamn.
Well, you know that's the
I ain't
dream.
met the motherfucker yet.
That's the dream. That's the fantasy. And Philippe, what does this do?
But Daniel, you the type of nigga that we talking about. Go ahead.
Jack,
Oh,
I
shit.
said computer.
See what I'm saying? Shots
You
fired.
fucking
Shots
never
fired.
listen.
Hold
You
on,
listen so
hold on.
goddamn hard. That's why your ass never gets the whole conversation. Bring your goofy ass up here and have the fucking combo. But you at your goddamn McDonald's job with your fucking earplugs in, bitch. Get the fuck up here. You fake ass gangster goof bitch. Shut up.
Amazing.
Gangsta ass bitch.
I love the
Pussy ass
range
nigga.
because
Your daddy,
You
bitch.
was-
Your fucking daddy. Your daddy. Your daddy, nigga.
Can I add something about
Wait, who you talking to?
I love the range. Niggas smart as shit.
Yeah,
Get
you
into
know
it.
these niggas always want to cat bang. Fuck you, nigga.
Oh, Jack.
Can I add something about the PPP loans?
Amazing.
So
Yeah,
with
that
the
was-
PPP
that was
loans,
amazing.
it kind of it's disappointing that when people talk about like those that like got over on the PPP loans, because that wasn't the intent. So when people reference it like that, to me, they're talking about those that didn't follow the rules and protocols that it was established for. It was established for businesses to sustain, and based on what you had to apply and provide supporting documentation for, they decided that based on what you asked, if you were granted a PPP loan, you only had to pay back, I believe it's like 60. They would forgive 60% of it. If you followed it all the way through, then you didn't have to give back. If you did not meet the conditions, you had to pay like 60% back. But if you did meet the conditions, you didn't have to pay it back. But it wasn't like a grant or anything like that. So it wasn't meant for people to get over. Those that got it, that kind of touted it like they got over, they made this money on PPP loans. Those were people that created a business overnight and doctored documentation so that they could get a PPP loan. Because one of the businesses that, the nonprofit that I work for, we got a PPP loan so that we could help. Because the business suffered, and we needed the additional support in the interim until COVID was lifted to cover our expenses, and it was just overhead expenses that it covered. So I just wanted to make that distinction, and the reason that the gig economy was recognized by the financial institutions was not solely because they saw it as a utility, but prior to them making concerted effort to require reporting by like the payment gateways that are used to execute the transactions, they were missing, like the IRS and the Treasury, they were missing significant amount of money. But I had put in the chat, if you scroll up, that there were consequences to the emergence of the gig economy. And one of those consequences was, as a buyer, and I'll use like the influencer market as an example, because so many people realized that was a new source of income, it flooded the market, and now you had overnight influencers that were building their following and now making it a more competitive market. And at the same time, your traditional jobs, they were reducing their workforce, they were reducing their pay or reducing the hours. That also made people who were dependent on a certain level of income go into the gig economy. So then the gig economy market got flooded. And if you're on the gig economy side, regardless of whether it was Uber doing the influencer marketing thing or whatever, now you're competing with a new crop of people that have flooded that market. So the payers or the buyers of that service, it becomes a buyer's market for them, and they can negotiate down how much they want to pay because there's so many opportunities for people to buy it. So I just wanted to tie that all together. So in theory, it was great in the beginning, but the market got flooded on the back end. And that kind of speaks to that macro and micro level that Philip alluded to.
Yeah, that's market saturation happens. Market saturation happens. I think that's
everybody in my industry got it. And most people, as a barber, most people were able to get it forgiven. Like, they even had people that came around, like, before they actually made us close all the way down. They had, like, people that came around, taught us how to apply. Then there was I forget, Blue something. There was a company that just, like, basically taught people how to, get the PPP loan, of course, if you're qualified, and taught you how to get it, 100% forgiven. I don't know anybody who's had to pay it back, and every barber I know got one, every single one.
Yeah, to Janice's point, though, it was strictly for barbers. You're self-employed, so it applied to you, but it's for, I think, a month and a half worth of payroll, 3 months worth of payroll. It was strictly related to payroll because it was for your employees to keep them employed. So then what Janice just laid out wasn't as, the saturation wasn't as pronounced as she just laid out. But what happened was, I guess, hey man, I ain't judging nobody, but I know I didn't get my second round of PPP, and I know I needed it for my team for whatever it's worth. And a lot of people take advantage of the system. So the saturation, as well as companies, companies are going to make sure they maximizing their profits. They're going to do things to cut hours or limit the expenses of overhead. And it all kind of created this storm to where you had to put out this huge stimulus package to kind of stabilize things, which Biden got, persecuted for, because coming out of it, we're dealing with inflation and all the realities of trying to stabilize the market. And, yeah, man, it's macroeconomics especially in this day and age, requires way more nuance, and you got to be very specific. And I'm not offering it now, but yeah, everything everyone is saying is like all part of that enchilada.
Gig economy is, at least in part, like attack on labor rights. There is kind of no way to evade that discussion. Right? America, again, and this is back to the previous part of the conversation, right? Since the 70s, there is like declining unionization, union busting, all of this type of policies, attacks on labor rights. This can be seen as just part of that history, right? For people who like the one before gig economy that was attack on labor rights, was the franchise business model. Franchise as a business model that is very popular in the United States is the previous iteration of attack on labor rights, right? And it's just tech, right? It's shiny, it is convenient, everybody uses it, but it is functionally works as a way to squeeze workers out of their rights, out of their share in the economy, right? And again, to the previous part of the conversation, if you do that on a macro level to quite a large swath of worker population, that's why in the charts you see 50% or bottom 40% workers, their wages not catching up with the growth of the economy and remaining stagnant since, 70s.
So is it a matter of it just like with tech and with these industries that are advancing, they're introducing a level of efficiency that I guess via productivity, it can't be justified based on output. It would only be able to be justified based on some moral standing or some regulatory standing in order to create a balance that we obviously see. And the machine is doing better outputs than the actual human. So you have to kind of artificially kind of create the scenario to balance things out. Is that what it is, or is it just?
It's all of it. It's all of it combined in one. That's what he's saying. He's saying like, look, they're fucking up the union. You're not gonna be able to collectively bargain. They're gonna make a fuck ton of money on you, right? The profits are gonna be through the roof. The equity in their company is gonna go through the roof, and you're not gonna get any piece of that, right? So, in order to kind of roll that shit back, you're going to have to find a way to get that money back, to get that gap back. look, man, look, I'm a part of this organization, I'm a part of your labor structure. I need a piece of ownership in this shit.
So are you talking to the shareholders at this point? Are you talking to the board? Because it seems like you got to talk to the shareholders, which very well could be those same employees, because 401ks, depending upon how the portfolio is structured, you very well might be talking to yourself.
Yeah, Republicans.
So how do we?
It's called ESG. It's called ESG and it's called stakeholder capitalism. Republicans outlaw that.
So
you can't do that.
It's not just a 401k, Daniel. That's the thing. There's a retirement.
Yeah, just one example. I'm just saying one example. I'm just giving it. Yeah, I agree. Right.
There's a 401a. There's a 403b. But my point is that the ability for people to choose other, right, versus going a traditional 9 to 5 versus having a traditional family with a man, a wife, and 2.5 kids and a dog, I think is a privilege. But there would be some that would have you go back to that model to where, yes, a corporation can make all of the decisions. Because as we said earlier, this is a free market economy. And I happen to think that it benefits individuals when they have a choice. Now, some people are going to poo-poo their choices all the day long, which is why most Americans really don't give a shit about other people's opinions, right? That's why we have social media, for people to vent about things all the day long. And yes, some people profit from it, but, you know, shout out to American Pie.
I have an idea, and it's been, I get cussed that often when I speak, my mind, but it's fine. Here's what I suggest, and I think there's an economist in the room. This is what I've come. This is the conclusion I've drawn. Just calm down. Make the rich richer, and let's just redefine how I guess poverty would look. So poverty is the vacation twice a year. Discretionary spending. You're not in a position where you're cash.
No.
Okay.
You said that the other day.
Yeah. Who hit the button? Okay, why is you heard what we gonna
make the rich richer? What kind of bullshit? I knew it was gonna be a no before you started, my nigga.
Hell no, bro. We done listened to economists. MJ done gave graphs. Nikki done laid it out. Janice done laid it out. Ain't no goddamn obvious answer to this shit. So fuck what you talking about.
It ain't. Let's make the rich eat. Like, here's an idea.
Hold on. Yeah, it's another side to that. And it's that because there's another side to income inequality, y'all, and it's fucked up.
And make poverty prettier, boy.
Hey, no. Let's take the term and redefine it completely. Like I said, here's what poverty would look like. You get to what I think Mickey was just speaking on. A home. You can take a vacation. You can't go to the Swiss Alps, or you can't go fly private, but you can get on a plane and go to the beach once or twice a year, because that to MJ's point, the equity is more balanced there. Right now, the shit ain't happening. It's kill or be killed, and get that bag. That is the society we live in. So let's change it, because everything everyone has laid out, it's not going to happen organically, man. And this is an organic approach. So go ahead and train the rich people, and rich people quit looking at people that have less than you as if they're the problem. And let's just go ahead and run it up for everybody.
No.
That's not being okay. Fuck it.
Oh. Because that just does not make the wrong.
See,
no, Daniel, no.
Everybody talking shit, but I want to.
It's not me talking shit. That just doesn't make sense. Elon Musk is a trillion, or about to be a trillionaire. For one, it's almost impossible to make that motherfucker richer. And secondly, they don't need any help. They're getting rich enough. What do you mean? And then, I don't really care about nobody getting more money, but to then to say, let's make poverty look different. No, nigga, no. Let's make it not. Let's make it not a thing. Let's make it more rare. No. Yes, that's it. I'll let you. I'm not. But that's what you said. That's what you said.
I mean what I said.
Right, and that doesn't make. And I'm telling you, that don't make sense. How am I holding on? And I was talking.
Just gotta add clam chowder to the thing. Make poverty look a little.
Make two types of government: American and shark government.
Y'all just laid out the reality we dealing with today. Now, I'm not trying to but it sounds like it's a whole lot of counter interest.
Bro, your idea is the idea. Your idea is the idea that the right wing. Bro, your idea is already being implemented. That's what I'm saying. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We're literally calm down. Calm down. What you just said is already happening. The rich getting richer, and we paint and make poverty look pretty. That's literally what's going on now.
I'm not I said redefine it, brother. With actual lifestyle changes that require money.
Listen, redefine it.
You can't just paint a vacation.
You sound so out of touch. It's not about a vacation, bro. It's not about a vacation. You think and that's the problem.
Oh man, hold on, Mickey. Did you just lay out $2 a house that some people looking at that as being?
But a vacation is not necessarily included in that.
I mean, damn, that's just one example.
Lifestyle choices.
Damn, calm down, brother. Calm down. Let's have a civilized conversation.
I leave that for Clubhouse to do with the judging and shit. I don't do that. I just lay out the framework. I just don't.
Daniel, what you're saying.
I don't talk about nobody's goddamn lifestyle. I leave that for the Clubhouse.
You gave it.
What Daniel is saying is already being implemented. The current way that we do politics, that we do the economy, is already like that. The rich get richer, and the poor try to redefine it. That's literally. Hold on, nigga, down.
Let him finish.
The right, like at this moment, in any major city, you can go and view this. You can go and see how the rich are getting richer, and it's called gentrification, which is going on in every city. And you see poor people trying to survive, living above their means, living in apartments and houses that they cannot afford, but they have to because they have to have a place to live. So what I'm saying is, the reason why what you're saying is ridiculous is because it's already going on right now, and it's not helping. And the rich are just getting richer. That's why we have all the issues that we did. So basically, you just you didn't even reimagine it. You just said what's currently going on and said, how about in front of it?
Jeff, you saying I can't have my government Montego cheese?
Y'all are joking and shit, and I'm being sincere.
No. I'm not joking. I was hoping you were joking.
Nah, cause y'all are looking at it. Come on, man.
Well, I wanted to put this source in the chat really quick, because it kind of outlined the policies that Trump put in 2017 and how it really did, how it could benefit more people who are in the 1%. You can go to the first paragraph if you need to. This guy knows sometimes we need paragraph by paragraph in these conversations. It says households with incomes normally from the top 1% will receive an average tax cut of $60,000 in 2025 compared to the average tax cut of less than $500 for a normal household within the bottom of the frame. So these tax cuts itself, how does that benefit people who are already?
Yeah, tax cuts fuck the little guy. I'll admit that.
Okay. Make the rich richer.
No, here's what I'm saying. Y'all gotta act like I'm not trying to say some crazy shit. Literally give me a little bit of chance to prove my point. Number one, I know right now the rich are getting richer. That's obvious. But beyond that, if you just say, okay, if we were to actually implement this, what would this mean? Okay, I am on the other end of the equation, all right? So now, if I know that, to Justice's point, you're in a position where cost of living is too high, now I can go back to MJ's point and I can go in and practice collectivism for the purposes of taking advantage of investment opportunities or other wealth building strategies that benefit from a collective front, okay? But because I am actively engaging with making the rich richer, I would hope that now the ecosystem is so enriched, plus the only other tool to offset that is a collective front. Now we go at it instead of being
not knowing my neighbor, not being looking at creating some co-op within my living quarters or my living environment to where I can split expenses, or I can say, hey y'all, let's do like they did for GameStop. Basically, let's go in and let's create an investment club and let's practice.
That's not a good idea. But I'm not going to be one of those people that if certain people made money, then I'm going to poo-poo the entire thing. I just speak to the people that it may impact and not beneficially, just like with the Trump meme coin. Meme coins are icky, but some people benefited from them. I don't want to go into my old age just criticizing everyone and everything. That's kind of.
Nah, it's cool. I'm cool with that because I'm cool. Like, this is an idea. Fuck it. It don't work. I just say no, but I'm saying if I get a group of if I take a group of people whose behavior, now you gotta let's be real about all the economies that exist in America. You have an investor class, you have a worker class, you have a hustler class, you have an illegal class. All of that shit plays into this entire economy known as America. Okay, so now we try to peel away from the areas that don't necessarily benefit you from dealing with the living reality that you laid out. Just let's be in touch right now. Okay, so the only thing that I can do is take a page out of MJ's book and collect it.
What is a hustler class? Literally,
I go to the barber shop and buy a motherfucking
4 or 5 years.
Go get some Louis Vuitton.
I can't hear both of you. But I have a question.
That's a necessity. But that's a class that's been being created out of necessity, and what you're describing, bro, is true. It was described in 1981 by a man named Ronald Reagan. It is called trickle down economics. That's what it's called, bro.
So the coming with the flat screen at the barber shop is trickle down economics.
Do y'all think?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great example of it.
Well, MJ, fuck collectivism, man, because they gonna do some shit that's gonna disrupt all that shit. Because how the fuck can you really have a succinct plan if you playing by the rules when you go to work? You taking your ass to that job and they getting that out your ass, but when it comes down to your own individual experiences, you buying stolen shit. You buying the dope. You buying the shit.
Oh my God.
In the hookah.
Oh, now you mad at the people that buy.
Daniel, I want for you to leave it down. You know what I'm saying?
You would have been a great overseer.
No, I'm keeping it real.
You sound like now you're lecturing us about buying stolen shit.
You know about the hustler class more than anybody.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with it.
But when we have an economic conversation, that hurts the whole point of this conversation.
How the fuck the hustler class is really the rich people? They just got you thinking that the people that sell TVs at the barbershop, those people are making ends meet. Please stop, Daniel. Please stop.
So when that company reports shrinkage and it hurts the investor who's invested in that company because now that stock is able to get the return. But we're talking about economics, bro. Your feelings are out of it. This ain't a feeling conversation. This is a numbers argument. So
yes,
there's
shrinkage. It is a feelings conversation.
There is shrinkage within the company. Now, I am not able to profit off of the goods that I purchased because when they're, the company.
I don't care.
But we're talking about a way to try to deal with what we do care.
This is not gonna help. None of this is helping poor people. None of this is helping poor people.
Hey man, I think it will. Fuck it. I'll put more meat on.
Well, you don't have any proof to it.
That's just saying stuff. I get cussed out about that.
It's not about saying stuff. You just talk like you're so out of touch and you talk a lot.
Man, bro, come on, man. I don't know who.
You out of touch, bro.
I'm not. I ain't shit. So I'm a land, and I'm gonna get some data that can be supported by fact.
There's no data that will support that. We're telling you that it's already been tried for the last 50 years.
Daniel, how did we get to TVs in the barbershop from gig workers? I don't understand.
No, I'm talking because there are multiple economies. There's a gig economy. There's a hustler economy. There are folks out here that don't do shit.
Economy. Jesus Christ.
Can you?
Was it in the 70s? That was the last time we had a hustler.
So I guess all these legal marijuana facilities are losing out to the private. All these legal marijuana facilities losing out to the street dealers. That ain't real. Okay.
What? Hold on.
Let's move
forward. Hold on.
Am I wrong?
Am I wrong? Yes, you're wrong as fuck. You sound stupid. First, be quiet. Let's
got every inch of this motherfucker.
I'm gonna put you down so I can say, or you gonna have to be quiet. All right. You just said, what about the legal marijuana dealers, i.e., the government, losing out to the street niggas? i.e. the people that have been selling weed to the people who smoke weed for the last however long weed has been sold. These are the people who have cultivated the product, who know the product, who have risked life and limb to get the product to us for whatever means. But these are the growers. These are the people who have had to make their crops grow in bushes, who have had to learn how to cultivate the crop in many different ways because it was illegal. And now the government makes it legal, and they come in, and you think they're entitled to the profit. You think that the people who have done this work, risk their life, probably many who have records for it, are entitled to the profit over what's legal, with air quotes. This is the type of stuff that make me think that you don't understand and that, niggas is stupid. Because it's no way that you can have a mindset that is that trained to suck up to master's teat, that everything that has been said, you turn it around on the common poor man or on the person who has done the actual work. You are the epitome of an overseer, of what massa would appoint to keep of a house nigga. You really, really are. And with every story you tell, with every little input you give, you show yourself more and more coon-like. And that's sad, Daniel. That's sad. You need to get it together. You need to go read. And you need to take time and let that shit sink into your head, because this coon shit is not a good look, honey bun, man. It's not.
I'm simply stating a reality, and you acting like I'm advocating one way or the other.
You are. You just did. You just did advocate for it, Daniel. And you've been doing that since you've been coming in here. You said the legal people are first off, that's not even true. Those people are the legal marijuana is making money hand over fucking fist.
You need to talk.
No, I don't need to. Because I already did. Go look at Michigan. They can fund their whole education with the money they made in the past 5 years off marijuana. Shut the fuck up, bro.
Why is the black
Be quiet. Be quiet. What do you mean? Because people want weed. Because for one, it's not legal in every state, Daniel. God, you're dumb. God, you are dumb. And also, there's a legal high tax that's like marijuana is taxed at. Shut the fuck up, fat ass nigga. Marijuana is taxed at almost 35%. Go and look at Illinois. You have no facts. You are so uninformed. All you do is talk about motherfuckers you know, who you do not know about. Shut the fuck up, fat ass nigga.
Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. That's I'm for real. Shut up. Cause you are adding nothing to this conversation. You're making everybody dumber. Just shut up for a minute. Let somebody else talk.
I'm a blessing in this room.
I'm a blessing. Shut your country coon ass up, please. I know your wife and kids really dislike you. That's why you be on here. You are draining and annoying and uninformed. And you leading a group of people. They taking money. Why is the street market still thriving? Are you stupid? Do you understand business? Have you ever heard of prohibition? You a goofy ass nigga. And y'all niggas need to shut the fuck up a lot. Y'all need to just come in and listen. Stop trying to add stuff. Talking about, it makes sense to me. You don't know shit. That's why it makes sense to you. Because you a goofy ass nigga. You would know that we tried trickle down economics when fucking Reagan got in here and been on that since. And you sitting here recreating a whole narrative that's already been tried as if and presenting it to us as if it's new. Shut your ass up.
I want some vermicelli instead of ramen. I think that would make my property look a lot cuter.
The comparative videos of actual Nazis saluting is coming in, and Some of y'all.
You saw the one that was posted earlier, right? Articulate. You saw the one with the where he was like the same timing and all that. You saw that one, right?
Yeah, that's from one of my favorite Nazi movies, American History X, I think.
No. There were like protesters outside. They were dressed in. It was crazy.
Oh yeah, I saw
Somebody
that one
posted
too.
it in the text.
Yeah. I was watching a documentary from I don't know if you guys like Louis Theroux. He's my favorite documentarian because all he does is find people that are abhorrent and try to spend as much personal time with them until they're so annoyed that they crash out. And he did one about Nazis, and they all did the same salute. They touched their heart. They touch the heart, and then they do a straight shot.
And it's funny because Aquarius pointed it out in the chat. People on like social media were trying to be like, "Oh my gosh, you guys, no, it wasn't a Nazi salute. It was a Roman salute. He was just simply doing a Roman salute. He wasn't doing that."
Bitch, what the fuck? Why are we? Even if we are doing that salute, why the fuck are we wanting to do a Roman salute? We don't even like the Romans. Well, there was a whole battle. Their whole country, their whole government was destroyed.
The hyper-normalization strategy really works. If you just crowd the market space with enough things that are terrible, most people are too stupid to know they're terrible anymore. Most people build their moral compass around what they see versus what they don't see. And if they see something they don't see, they're more likely to scrutinize. But if they see it a lot, they tell themselves that it's perfectly fine. I don't know if it's a defense mechanism or not, but black people shouldn't be doing that. It'll get you something genocided. If you're a marginalized population, you can't be basing your normative claims around like how many white people think they're acceptable. And that's one of those things that, goes back to telling people you can't be Black American and compare your experience to that of German Jews. That didn't come from Black people. I'll go back on mute.
And we gotta stop like doing this like rich white people dance, like, cause it's never gonna benefit us. They're never gonna pick you, bro. Like, I don't understand the logic behind that. I thought like that as a black, young black boy, that's like the first thing at least my friend, like, don't be tap dancing. They not finna pick you, G. You don't gotta do that. You know what I'm saying? Find your group and do that. But like dancing for white folks or reinforcing they shit is never been a good look. It just is not. It's such a horrible look. I really want us to just not do that. Like, you don't even have to can we not do that as black people just for the next 4 years? Please, that shit is exhausting.
The hyper-normalization is a good point, and I don't know if anybody has read Peter Thiel on occasion of Trump election wrote something in Financial Times. It's like a creed or manifesto. It's very weird read, but he kind of gave the game away. And they're doing what Russia was doing, and the strategy is called hyper-normalization. It's basically flooding the zone with everything, like the Nazi salute, like I don't know how many executive orders, so that people waste their time talking about everything and nothing, and while they do whatever they want to do, right? Like, this is what Russia has been, like, they probably pioneered that strategy with Vladislav Sokov. I think even the name hyper-normalization is credited to him. I may be wrong on that, but maybe I'm misremembering. But Vladislav Sokov was like a theater director, and he invested in all political parties in Russia, pro-government, anti-government, gave them media platforms so that they would debate, they would talk, they would flood the zone both with like actions, flash mobs. It was a time when people were doing flash mobs. Everybody was doing everything, and like there was no meaning basically. The sense-making capacity of people was like basically disabled by that, and people tuned out of politics because it was like a distributed denial attack on understanding what is even going on.
I hate that I'm right about this, but I'm telling you, within the year, 2 years, after the administration, you'll hear MAGA voters saying, what's wrong with a floor? I get not all despots are bad. Some despots have good ideas, and then suddenly it'll just be super normal to talk about the good things every day where he messed up.
We're there.
Obvious, of course we are, but you'll see it on it'll be more mainstream than you want to. We're here. The times look like what they are. It is going to be ugly for people that are desperate to fit in because you're going to have to debase yourself to do so.
Yeah, I think you made a really good point, Philip, about flooding the zone and overwhelming people's capacities. And what it ends up doing is making people hyperfixate on things that are ultimately distractions. The reason why I think it is so ridiculous to spend this much time on Musk and the gesture is because there's not going to be a definitive, we're not all going to come to a definitive understanding. We're going to be, y'all are going to be fighting back and forth about what it was or wasn't, even though I do believe that Elon Musk is a Nazi. But all of that time could be better spent doing other things. And it's easier to contend with gestures and symbols than with policy and with court cases. And those are the things that are really impacting people's lives in the near term, in the immediate term. And I just think it's unfortunate that I think we're going to go down this path of reacting, having our dopamine receptors fried by all of these little stupid things for the next 4 years.
But if the winning side gets most of its accomplishments done, the dopamine fixes that they provide to their electorate with very little substance victories, I wouldn't. Why would the solution on the opposition side be any different? We have to activate the body politic and make them feel motivated in ways that aren't necessarily attached to policy wins, especially when you don't have any of the major offices in government and under your control. Isn't there going to have to be, whether it's tiresome, fruitless, or material, you do need that. You do need people doing that. And I just feel like sometimes people who may be in better positions, maybe they're in a direct power of influence, maybe they move in the right circles, it's easy for them to be like, well, let's not miss the forest for the trees, y'all. But I think on how Americans are being treated by their Americans, the forest is the empty rhetoric. The empty rhetoric is the thing that's shaping policy. And if you don't win that agenda, how do you get to the deeper issues if it's just easily dismissed by how most people view the world in the first place? There's black people in here who don't want to say it's a Nazi salute. You can't policy wins done in a climate like that.
You get policy wins done by winning elections. You get policy wins done by organizing. And that is not happening when you are arguing with the ADL about whether or not they recognize the Roman salute / the Nazi salute.
I agree. We can, Dr. Articulate, I partially agree with what you were saying too, right? But I think we can compare, right? Trump passed the Muslim ban right now, and this is his second election. The response to his first election was quite forceful, right? There were marches when he did the Muslim ban, also almost immediately, if my memory serves well, right? There was lawyers were organizing, they were at the airport, there were women marches, there was mobilization, and it seemed this time around the response is on the level of, as Kimberly said, on the level of symbolic more than it is on the level of organization, lawyers, like direct action, like community organizing, all of those things, right? And yes, to the chat, those things can be true at once, but it seems that American politics is in a place of kind of a defeat, right? On the first Trump election, yes, the election obviously was lost, but there wasn't this feeling of malaise, defeat that is happening now, at least to me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe all of those things is slowly going to start happening again, right? I hope, at least.
Yeah, and I think that, with regard to CJ's thing about you can do two at once, it appears that you can't, though. I think that what we're dealing with the electorate is people are tired, right? But they're tired because they're stressed out all the time. Your dopamine is depleted, right? And like if you are wasting your dopamine on arguing about the Nazi salute, you don't have anything left to do real stuff.
I don't know about that.
So you're an average American.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, ZJ, you beat me to it.
Well, I was gonna say it's just because I think that my sentiment of two things can be true at once. I think it's just relevant in these conversations, because you would have to remember that Elon is pushing for far-right regime who are pretty much on the Nazi scale as a party in other countries as well. And Germany is one of the main people who they're trying to overcome these kind of things. So it is something we have to address, because the normalization or not speaking about it causes that normalization for people. That was one thing we saw from Germany. It was clear as day. They didn't want any type of normalization of that thing ever. And so they made sure to address those things and address it if it ever comes up again. And I think if we don't address these things, especially bigoted, racist people, I think we cause a sense of normality, especially in our country, which we already had those kind of things already be normalized, I should say. However, we have openly normalized it now. And now we're having ICE come collect people. Now it's not just going to stop at just, ICE may just have to do an appointment and go through this form of process. There's people now hiding in police vehicles. There's ICE members who are just having regular everyday vehicles going around collecting people. That is not the way we do things. And I think us not addressing those issues is what is going to cause this in the future.
Yeah. So I think that pushing back against the ICE doing the raids, things that are actually harming people, like pushing back against people's material conditions deteriorating and threats to people's body, right? Like violence, that is a different thing from going back and forth on platforms owned by billionaires. Like those are different things and the outcomes are different. I just think that we have to recognize that time and energy, attention are finite. These are not endless resources. And I think that progressives over the last decade have done a horrible job of managing our very finite, precious resources.
I think this argument is true in a society that is better educated and more interested in material gain. But I think if you look at the American population, it turns out they're really disinterested in the details of policy, and more are motivated by just wanting to be a part of a team based on how that team markets itself. And whether or not that's superficial or shallow or effective on a policy level, I believe it's effective on a political level. And I think far too many Democrats, especially our most knowledgeable ones, dismiss the importance of marketing your content in a way that's consumable for the average American who is not in any way reading policy agendas. They're not. They really aren't.
I am actually not talking about reading policy agendas. I'm talking about doing things that people can feel. So no, people are not interested in the ins and outs of policy, but they are interested in whether or not their governments and public policy makes their lives better. And what I just got done reading a bunch of political science research, and what it shows is that people's trust in institutions, people's trust in their lawmakers is commensurate with whether or not they feel like their lawmakers are effective. And if we are not being effective in changing people's lives, improving their lives, then people are going to be disinterested and only care about the symbols and the signs and the marketing.
Oh, so you're talking to like actual elected officials and how they should behave, not American citizens, and how they should feel about the culture in which they are living. Because I agree that if you are a duly elected official, it is lazy and cheap for you to spend most of your media time talking about the hand gesture. Acknowledge it. It was obviously a Nazi gesture. Get back to what you're doing as an elected official. But in terms of like, I don't know how many people in this room are elected officials. I think
she's saying stop focusing on the petty stuff and do the real stuff.
We're not elected officials, but we are among the
I don't think Kimberly's ever speaking for Concrete. So Concrete, I don't think Kimberly ever needs your help in talking about anything.
we are not elected officials, but we are among the rare part of the American electorate who do spend a good deal of time dealing with policy questions and reading the news. I think that it is the responsibility of the most educated part of the electorate not to waste their time on dumb shit, especially if it's not going to lead to positive public policy outcomes or political outcomes. And by politics is not just electoral politics, there's also more local, hyper local organizing and power building.
I think it's a both and. I don't offer my position as contention with yours. I just don't know why. I don't think there's a lack of bandwidth to do both things. I really don't, especially on the level of just being. I really don't. I think Democrats consistently miss an opportunity to package themselves in a way that's consumable, and I think we have to continue to talk about that, or they're going to keep losing.
Keep talking instead of keep doing.
We can do both things. It's not petty. It's not stupid. We can do both things, call it out, and focus our energy on the policy with this.
You guys keep saying that, but there is no evidence that we can do both things.
We can't just say silent if it happens, because it's going to happen in another way towards another people. And we're supposed to shut up about that?
So when he does it and you call it out and he says, well, that's not what I was doing, bro. And you say, well, yes, you were. Yes, you were. We know you were. Okay, how long are you going to take on that protest? How long are you going to protest that he was doing it?
Okay, I am not aligned with that person. I am absolutely not.
Oh, but he thinks you are. Concrete's been agreeing with you. Concrete's been agreeing with you and Otis for like 2 weeks straight.
But I'm also not aligned with you because you're understanding, right? So what I am saying is that you don't ignore it. You don't say, oh, this is totally fine, but you don't waste 48 or 72 hours going back and forth.
That's what I just said.
Yeah,
at the end,
Team Concrete for Kim.
Of those 72 hours, what have you done?
That's literally what I just said. Why did you say anyway?
No one wants to be aligned with you.
That's fine. I don't care.
Okay, well, you asked why. You asked why.
She undermined her own point by saying
your ass anyway. Fuck up.
I choose my allies very carefully, and I'm not choosing you.
Oh, but he chose you, and that's because you keep beefing with me when I'm making perfect sense, just because you hate me. And you should like me more than Concrete.
I don't hate you. I think that you are more knowledgeable than you are, but I don't hate
you. Then who?
I
don't think.
I don't care about you.
Don't do the thing.
It's always personal. It's always personal.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah, you're not even to tell me how I'm stupid. Okay, I'm more dangerous than Elon apparently to these people.
Okay, but you're right, Dr. A.G. I'm not going to do that.
Hey, Just, I'm back, motherfucker. Always dead, but I ain't dead.
Oh, joy.
I think there were two conversations. One is about the value of packaging in a good marketing, and the other engaging in petty conversation, right? And I don't see a conflict between the two. I think the left or Democrats should have a good marketing and good communication, and it's a worthy investment in all of those things, right? And also not engaging in petty fights, right? That's perfectly in line.
Hey, Philip, are you an economist, brother? I'm assuming that you are.
Hey, Daniel, we're talking on this right now.
I just want to say before I go back inside, I don't
That's
believe.
Okay. We just want to keep one conversation kind of going.
When I spoke about
to Kimberly's point, I think it's less about, and then you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's less about acknowledging or identifying something that's a foul than it is about how you mobilize against it, right? So the back and forth, the spending time proving that what you're saying about the person is correct, that's the thing that's a waste of time. You can say it and then keep moving forward to where you want to go. So you don't get mired down, or you don't get bogged down in the rightness of it. I'm right, they're wrong. I'm going to prove to everybody that what I'm saying is right, because that's where the energy falls into an abyss. I think that's the point that she was trying to make. And you can say, Kimberly, if that's not correct.
Yeah, I agree with you. Elon Musk is disgusting. He is despicable. He is the scum of the earth. Okay, let's mobilize around getting rid of him, like taking down his power, taking the Tesla stock. Like, that is a tangible thing. Like, there has to be a focus.
Wait, what?
A locus for the action, for the energy. I think that all of this back and forth is not a good focus for our energy and attention, because it doesn't produce anything at the end of it.
Tesla? Take down Tesla?
Okay, see, that's again.
Yeah, you got this guy yelling on here.
That's a point of example. No need to spend 20 minutes on it.
Okay, but just to be clear, when...
Yo, bro, can you get off my nuts, man? Thank you.
I'm not talking to you. When I was talking about hypernormalization, as well as the other fella, I think it was Philip, one of the reasons it's so effective is because it instills this type of defense mechanism that I'm thinking is being offered on the stage, which is it creates the belief that you won't have time to address everything and therefore must pick and choose, which is what allows the offending group to feed more toxic elements into the zeitgeist. And so if you view someone offering a Sieg Heil during a presidential inauguration as too petty to be worth your time, you are in fact giving the response that the people who are entering Sieg Heil into the zeitgeist, what they would prefer. And I do think some of us, if we are
rooted in, is actually because from what Philip offered, it's the exact opposite. They are fire hosing because they want you to be distracted by bullshit.
I don't believe hypernormalization is actually to just distract. I think it is to appeal to the majority group and create an atmosphere in which they have a bunch of undefended positions that they can sit on and continue to espouse the rhetoric. And you need more people putting up the fight. You don't need more people picking and choosing what they should be offended on based on your larger strategy. If that's your individual approach, it probably is the correct one for you. But I don't think people on the resistance side should be telling everybody on the resistance side what they should care most about. Because I really do think that it creates kind of a weak position. But that's me.
I don't know. I mean, I have to.
But that's not even what she said.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
I'm with you.
Hold on.
Speaking.
1 second. Hold on.
CJ was speaking.
I started speaking before CJ. So please, CJ is like 12. Listen, you guys need to stop distorting.
Did you say he's 12?
Yes, compared to.
Why are y'all doing that?
Yes, because he.
But you're 112. That's not fair.
Exactly. Compared to me, CJ is 12. Okay.
CJ, my nigga, you
don't. Yeah.
Bunch of
That's
old folk.
fine. But I'm going to talk because I'm going to be clear. Unlike CJ, who's about to talk. You need to stop distorting what Kimberly is saying. Kimberly has never said that people should not care about what Elon Musk is doing. She never said that people should never discuss for even a nanosecond what Elon Musk did. What she said is that people should not waste their time engaging in superficial conversations about it, because when they do that, they are allowing the incidents to distract them from the more important project of getting shit done that's going to actually make a difference. It's really that simple. You insist on strawmanning her point because you have a point that you are committed to making for I don't know what. You think that getting on here and being pro-black, quote unquote, means you're doing something for black people. It isn't. She's talking about focusing on shit that's going to make a difference, because ultimately, when people feel dispossessed, they look for a scapegoat. It's very clear to people who have followed the results of the election that the conservative right
was the successful plan in scapegoating certain people. We should no longer fall for that. That is what Kimberly is saying. And you guys who claim to be politically astute don't see it. You don't see it, and neither does CJ, which is why CJ is giving us a hacking phrase. Those two things can be true at the same time. What the fuck does that even mean for a conversation? It means nothing.
It does mean something, because at least you can be able to acknowledge that, again, Kimberly was right in the conversation. Kind of going back to your point, saying that, of course, you address whatever it is, but it's not the sole thing you talk about. You don't talk about it for days. You don't talk about it for months. You talk about it. You make policy, but you make plans of action to actually.
It was yesterday.
Yes. So, where the fuck did it start getting to the point where we start throwing shade at one another? Respectfully.
These niggas do that shit every day because they just want to be the leaders even though they aren't. It's just a talking app. I'm not trying to dismiss anybody. I didn't say Kimberly was wrong at the whole. I didn't say Kimberly is wrong that we need to focus on material policies, that we need to focus on actual substantive issues, that we need to focus on like how people are protected in their community. I just felt that she offered that in dismissal of people being rightfully enraged at a Sieg Heil that happened at the inauguration yesterday from the world's richest man who has the ears of the president who is enacting policy. And I think pretending that people are mad about that out of some petty, or in the words of Dr. A.G., focus on the minutia of things, I think that's just honestly a lot of the professional class who may be working too many hours a week. Y'all don't have time to be upset on social media. So don't I wouldn't be discouraging people. I wouldn't be discouraging people from that. I wouldn't discourage people.
Don't address me.
Go to work.
Wait, can I also just add one thing, please? Just one thing, super quick. I'll be brief. And the point of the MAGA people who come in here, this is to your point, Kimberly, which I agree with you, by the way. So the point of the MAGA people that come in here, their whole point is to keep that conversation going. So we don't talk about the policy, we don't talk about the other things. So yes, we should be addressing it, calling it out, all that stuff. It's fucking terrible. And we have to keep our eye on the ball as well. But the MAGA people come in here and purposely keep throwing this in, or people like CEO defending it, and then we get caught in the argument back and forth. We know what it was, we saw it, it's disgusting, we have to call it out, and we have to keep it moving.
Right. I am not saying don't be outraged. I'm outraged about many things, innumerable things. It is about the interminable, perpetual performance of the outrage. And people mistake the performance of the outrage, particularly on these social media platforms, for getting shit done. And you say that we can do multiple things at once. You literally cannot. As I mentioned, all of these resources, time is our most precious resource. The thing that you cannot get back is limited. It is limited. So you have to choose. You are making choices about where you spend your time every single day. Everybody does it. In fact, the professional class people, the people who are most well off, they have more time to play with. They have more opportunities to waste their time on bullshit. People in the trenches don't.
You got my vote. You got my vote, girl. If you run for office, you got.
Kimberly's so upset that Concrete and Daniel are giving her vote. Maybe you should just take it to the lab, Kimberly. You're not getting support from anybody you want to be around. Let's be honest.
So we're gonna progress. Hold on, Kimberly. Hold on for a second,
sorry.
Kimberly.
I almost did it again, Dr. AG.
Exactly. So we're gonna just move along, because the personal attacks and the personal side eyes, we can do without them if they're not productive, and that one wasn't. So let's move along.
More practically, in a few days or whenever, right? They have, and again, if you read that Peter Thiel's FT article, he's laying it out, right? Trump is going to start slowly declassifying like this assassination and documents that government has, like on this assassination attempt, that assassination, right? Different conspiracy theories to flood the zone. This is going to become conversation after conversation, right? A fuel for conspiracy theories. And yeah, prioritization is hard, especially in organizing. And where do you invest your time is a hard question to ask. And given that there is an administration that's gonna be set on doing this stuff, both through this declassification, through their media appearances, and through their legislative actions, right? As they did today with the executive orders, it's going to be a hard thing to navigate.
Yeah, and that's the reason why I came back up, Philip, because I think we got to the point, which is what I was trying to suggest earlier as to why he did the Heil. I think it was very intentional, and it's, I mean, like what you're suggesting, a lot of it is actually strategic too. So how we deal with it is a different question, but I don't think assuming that it was random or it was just because he's an idiot or a Nazi or a white supremacist made sense.
I just want to step on this point. Good afternoon, y'all. Also, I've heard people trying to blame his autism diagnosis as the reason why he did that as well. And I, as a parent of an autistic neurodivergent child, you know right from wrong, and that ain't have no reason to why he did that. He understood what those things.
He's the richest man in the world. When I see people trivialize him and say, oh, he doesn't know what he's doing, I'm like, okay. And you're the same people who are on the other side will say he's a genius. I mean, is he or is he not?
Is he the most powerful or just the richest?
He's powerful. You can't deny the fact of what he's been able to do with multiple countries. His SpaceX and the different things he's done is not just money.
Yeah, he doesn't need to be the most powerful. He doesn't need to be the most powerful.
They're trying to say he's some savant who doesn't understand certain social things, but he's a genius at making money. Silly ass argument.
He understands social things very well. I mean, he's inserted himself to the most powerful man in the free world, the leader of the free world, the United States president. I mean, Elon is not awkward. If you listen to him on X, he's very articulate. He's been on this AI space thing for quite some time. Now, there are other people in this space that sound cuckoo, like Kathy Wood. She sounds insane to me. When you listen to Elon speak about, like, in that Elon voice or the, whatever you want to call it, no, he gets his point across extremely well. Extremely well. Like, this man speaks to world leaders.
Elon is articulate in what work?
In the shareholders world, you want to look at that Tesla market cap? That ain't no awkward shit. Y'all did this shit with Bill Gates. Y'all tried to say he was autistic. The shareholders, baby.
Wait, the opposite of autistic is
quite
articulate.
clearly.
I never said the guy was not effective, but saying that he's articulate
yes.
when he's incapable of expressing himself clearly when in public spaces on TV is strange. Maybe we just define articulate differently, but y'all need to stop giving flowers just because the fact that he makes lots of money doesn't mean that he's skilled in every single way.
He would be. Wouldn't you call him? He's financially savvy.
Yeah, maybe say that or something, but saying that he's articulate when he sounds like a dummy whenever he talks is bizarre to me. And I'm not hating, I'm simply saying that the man does not speak well. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, I was surprised at how inarticulate he is, actually. When I heard that interview that he did with Trump, I was like, geez. He comes off as dumb to me, and I know y'all say he did all this stuff or whatever, but to me, I was just surprised at how stupid he sounded and how like he couldn't even like formulate like a full. Yo, it's snowing. Hold the fuck up.
It's snowing in Atlanta.
Yeah, talking to Trump, that sounded.
Oh my God.
Goddamn, it's
snowing. Goddamn,
shoes off by the goddamn Texaco shot of goddamn shot.
What the fuck?
No, please don't.
Like, Miki, I am not saying that Elon is a dummy, okay? I'm not saying that. I'm simply saying he's not an articulate speaker. That's not one of his strong suits. The man might be brilliant, but when it comes to opening his mouth and conveying ideas in a persuasive, clear way, he can't do that. He's not good at it.
I mean, when I
so let's not give gave him
doing,
all
but
the
I do
flowers
want
in
to
the
let
world.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when Elon is speaking to his specific skill set. That's what I'm saying. When he's in that element, he communicates his stances very well. Like before he turned crackhead, I was a huge fan of Elon just because he was very futuristic. He just seemed a little bit more open to exploration. And then all of a sudden, or maybe not all of a sudden, because I'm only familiar with this public persona, I don't know the man. It seems like there was just this huge shift. I mean, he's been popular
Weren't you a
for some
Republican back
time.
then? Weren't you a Republican back then when you supported him?
I didn't think you don't think about political parties when you think about, and then him
Oh,
using.
I mean, you may not mean
May I
that.
finish? May I fucking finish? Is that, you know what? Go ahead and argue about something that's insignificant. Fine. Say the man is stupid. Say the man is dumb. Say the man is inarticulate. Whatever. He's next to Trump right now. But
I say, Mickey, I will say this. A lot of people, excuse me, a lot of people were fascinated with Elon Musk, and a lot of people respected his business savvy. No matter how many things have come out now, we just talk about of what it was. We understand that a lot of people loved Donald Trump at one point because they seen him with a golden fucking toilet, and he had all these places and buildings and golf courses and things with his name on until the actual man started to show himself. I mean, we could say that people had different opinions of people until the truth came out. So I don't mind her saying that regardless of the political stance, we're looking at the person, what we were fed, the person, the persona, the man that was presented, until the actual personality and the actual things that this man has done. His family life is shit and everything else like that, what has now been his child don't even like him.
So I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that too, but I just think that we like that is what we should be discussing as like the American public, and like how our perception of like power or money maybe influences how we think, you know, how intelligent a person is. And I think that's the situation with Elon Musk, because I just assumed that he was this brilliant man. But when you really dig in, I mean, I'm not going to say he's not dumb or whatever, but it's not what I thought it was. I'll just say that. And I think that's a conversation that Americans, we should have. I'm not saying that. I feel like Nikki has a very American viewpoint of that. A lot of Americans just think that, you know, these people get in these places or whatever, so, you know, and it should equal that, but it doesn't always equal that. So that's more of the, I mean, I feel like a lot of people think he's like have that opinion of him. I just don't anymore.
I mean, it's just that's the way the American world works, unfortunately. We have it to where money is power, and because somebody is able to get to this certain portion of their life where they have millions, they're able to do all these things like that, we equate that with, oh, he got to be ultra intelligent, he has to do this and this, because look what he's been able to do and what he's been able to accomplish, not understanding some of the things that go along with that. But I mean, that's just the way the world works. People feel like every millionaire, every billionaire, because there are some millionaires and billionaires that's been able to make money with their merit, who's been able to do these extraordinary things from humble beginnings and things like that, and be able to make a living. Then there's the people who were born into it. I mean, with Tesla, what he's been able to do with that, SpaceX and things like that. Again, we can't call him dumb. He might be a manipulator. He might be a narcissist. He could be everything this, that, and the fourth. But I don't think, regardless of the situation of what's going on right now, that's going to ever change the thing of is that when people see money, they see power, they see everything, and they're going to throw every type of adjective on top of somebody's name to describe them because they've made it somewhere that they didn't.
No, and I see the people in the chat, and Jack, you're just incredibly stupid, and get off my dick, nigga. I already got bigger balls than you, but most people do, so I'm not counting that as a flex.
Amazing. Man, that's unfortunate.
2010. Prior to 2010, he didn't have all this wealth. He was some kind. I'm not praising the man. I'm just saying in the past he was some kind of tech outlier. He wasn't he just did a complete change around. He wasn't seen as this brilliant strategist or anything. He just seemed like somebody that had some really unique ideas in the marketplace. And even when Tesla IPO, that's what I'm saying. No one thought that it would become what it has today. That's all I'm saying. Is he a crackhead forever now? Absolutely. The things that he said, the things that he's done. I think that the closer he got to power, like real power, is when he absolutely changed. SpaceX is going to make him a trillionaire. It's like the largest privately held company in history. When it IPOs, I would mortgage my house to participate in that IPO. Let me say that there. I'll just throw that out there. The only other company I would seriously consider doing that for was Apple, but I didn't. I regret it. No, I'm kind of, sort of, not really. But anywho, he's a crackhead, and I've compared him several times, and people have heard me say this, to Lex Luthor. That's literally when I think of Elon Musk. I mean, but he's changed, but we can't say he's the wealthiest man in the world, and that wealth is increasing. He's positioned himself to benefit exponentially. So at this point, it is scary to me because it's not just money. It's not just power. He's like Lex Luthor. I have no clue what his plans are. Are we going to see Elon government robots all over the damn place? Are we going to see his little damn autonomous vehicles? Does he want to send migrants to space or something? Those are my concerns. It doesn't benefit me to call him stupid.
Just to let you know, just as an announcement, eggs is still $4 and $6 here in Georgia. So I didn't know if it was supposed to drop down to 50 cents today.
I see what you're saying. I just think that it's important. I think we're at a critical time that, even with him, with Donald Trump, we have these people that are figures that people just assume. And I'm not talking about you specifically, but the public just assumes Donald Trump, he's rich. We heard, the stories about Donald Trump. It's just like we almost live in like Gotham City. It's like we live in like almost like a cartoon now, where these people are rich and powerful, and what are we actually doing? And analyze these people. Like, are they worthy of this? Is this, and that's just my critical standpoint. He may be the smartest motherfucker, but to me, he just comes across as not. That's just me.
I think what I like about the conversation over the past 2 hours is it's very strategic. It's discussing how we should respond, how we should react, and what the plan of action looks like, right? So, to me particularly, I don't really have a bias, an interest in whether he's actually intelligent or not. Same thing for Donald Trump. Is what is it that they're doing? What's the thought process behind it? Is it working? And how can we counteract?
I'm curious about our value system. Was it Whit and Kimberly's point? Like, why is it that if you have a shitload of money, you get this attention like this? Because there are a lot of dangerous people out here that don't have that level of wealth yet. We are focused on Elon Musk, I guess, because some documentation stated he's the richest man in the world. Like, or the wealthiest man in the world. Why does that even matter to us? As opposed to the character thing. Kimberly was a little too character focused. Our human ability that we all possess to be able to do great things. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's where you put your attention and focus is what will manifest. So that is the ultimate power, because obviously he put it towards his ideas and he's the richest man in the world, but yet we all have that capacity. So why do we give a fuck who Donald Trump, Elon Musk is? Because of the laws of this nation?
Well, I care because he's inserted himself into politics. And this is a political conversation.
No, but it's also just for the conversation, or do you actually give a fuck? Like, beyond this conversation.
No, I give a fuck. I give a fuck.
You have to give a fuck. He's in charge.
Why? Why do we?
Well, because he's, like you said, he's inserted himself into politics, and he has some type of power in it, or, which remains to be seen. So, yeah, I think everybody should at least be paying attention at the very least.
I'll give you another short answer. Daniel, because he's proposing policies that don't benefit people that look like me.
Well, here's the thing, brother.
Oh,
If you're
wait,
focusing on his wealth,
like Justin,
then
I
the
don't
wealth
have
is
the
what
same
matters, not your color, your skin.
of Donald Trump because he inherited wealth. Like, if Donald Trump had literally just put his money in a mutual fund, he would have more than he has now, well before the meme stock. So I think that he has a talent for organizing, and I'll give him that. But like, I've never thought that Donald Trump was. I just think he's been extremely lucky. He's a child of nepotism. He's extremely well connected, and he benefited from his father and his grandfather. I mean, I would say I could take 10 kids that I know are extremely smart, just never had an opportunity, and they would have blown Trump shit out of the water if they had also inherited $400 million and lived that lifestyle their entire lives. So, yeah, I see that as I see him as different. I don't think he's unintelligent. I just don't think Trump is brilliant. I think he's clever.
Okay, so Mickey's will now do the same thing and put a smart, savvy black kid in Elon Musk's position. Do you think that, you know, would he, or just somebody would that just, you know, act with actual, because Elon Musk had, you know, a little help too. He didn't just pull it, you know, get it out the mud. So just imagine somebody who is genuinely like all of the things that I think we think Elon is, who has all this opportunity and, you know, funds. I just think it would be, you know, that much better.
Everybody gets help, bro.
This isn't aren't some of his brothers like neuroscientists or some shit? Like, they're a very techie family. So the only, yeah, like his dad is like, they're weird. Whoever said earlier, they're extremely weird. He married his stepdaughter that he married the mom when she was like 3 years old, and now she has kids for him. Like Woody Allen weird shit. But you know, that's them other people.
Okay, yeah, they're right. I knew he was rich. I just didn't want to misspeak. That's why I said a little help. Yeah, because I wasn't sure. But yeah, he had. Is
what I said. It wasn't just well.
Yeah, I mean, on a dime mine.
Yeah, anybody in the tech space can tell you that because I can't do tech, so I don't speak for tech. That's what I'm saying. There's some education there as well. But you're right. If you put any very smart kid who had either one of those circumstances, that's what I'm saying, that absolutely they would have benefited from it.
Jack in the comments, what's up your ass? What you want to talk about? You want to come up here? Ma'am or sir?
Who is this Jack person, bro? Jack got y'all in a chokehold. What the fuck going on?
I don't know. He keeps saying we don't care. We don't care. Like, so come tell us what you want to talk about. Player.
Jack. Oh man, all that chat banging gonna get you somewhere you don't want to be.
How's y'all get on Elon anyway? Because Lord Jesus, just.
See, my phone went dead, you know what I'm saying? Y'all had to pivot, you feel me? So it's all.
Oh God, yo, did we get the prosciutto flavored spam?
No.
And I think that's the problem. Anybody.
I get days, you motherfucker.
And I think, Daniel, cállate. I think that's the problem. Anybody with money, our people are idolizing and putting them on a high pedestal no matter what fuck shit they do. As long as they have money, it's like, oh my God, I don't care if he's white. I don't care if he's going to take our rights away. He has money. He made it. Alan.
Yeah, and I never gave a fuck about that. Money is cute, like it is, but that just doesn't, like, if I'm analyzing your intelligence or if I think you're smart or whatever, what you got in your bank account is not going to come into play. And that's just, to me, when I hear Elon, I know you can't, when I heard Elon Musk really speak, he was trying to explain how they beat up that person, I guess, in New York. I was like, this bitch can't even talk. So, like, I don't know. He seems dumb. And then when you follow the line, like, none of the stuff that he has did he actually create. he, bought it. Now he may be savvy, clever, those type of things. I just think when we start throwing genius and all of that shit around, that is like a little extra to me, because he really like.
Who do you think is a genius?
What was that man that was in what was that man that was in the wheelchair?
Stephen Hawking.
Yeah, him. He's a genius. I'm impressed by that type. Like, what's my man name? The black man who always be talking about space?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
A genius. That Elon Musk. Just stop.
Which, by the way, is half Puerto Rican. I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, Neil?
From the Bronx.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was about to add the Bronx part in there.
What about Terrence Howard?
We produced a lot of them. See, and see shit like that.
You know why I said that, bro. Come on now.
And if you said that because of the things that he's been saying, which that makes me think, no shade, that you are even less intelligent than I thought you were.
Neil deGrasse Tyson got in his. That's why I said Neil deGrasse Tyson got in his shit. Don't do me. Don't do me though.
Sidelines. Let me put you on mute. Stop with the sidelines. Calibrate your humor.
My shit wasn't funny. That's fair.
Absolutely
It
not.
never is funny.
And the significant thing about humor, right, is timing.
But it is a voice app. I'm working on this shit now.
Seriously.
I think that there are some myths being promulgated. The politic articulate that you're espousing is a middle class politic, and what we see when you do the polling, the surveys of the working class people, they like billionaires. They like billionaires, and they hate the idea of people getting handouts. In fact, as you move up the socioeconomic ladder, up until you get into that top strata, like the top 10%, as you get more education and more income, the more likely you are to support redistributive policy and aid to the poor, right? So, there's a reason why Musk was able to galvanize so much support around people that are clearly the most disaffected in this economy. There's something about the way that he positions himself, the way that he and Trump speak, that speaks to them. And I think we do have to figure out how to harness that or whatever, or better just understand the psychology of it more. But the other thing I wanted to say was that from 2016 to January 2021, the hashtag resistance spent their time reacting to every provocation. Every little bit of red meat, people jumped on. It was the social media and the hashtag and the marches and the TV shows and all of that. That got us where we are today. I mean, it did not build the kind of power that we would desire, right? So I'm just saying we should just learn from our mistakes, we did.
Billionaires, these unsophisticated billionaires, is the anti-intellectualism that they espouse, right? They're telling poor people, you can be just like me, don't listen to these intellectuals. See what I'm saying? Just work hard, you can get exactly where I...
Specific, MJ? Can you specify what billionaire you're talking about?
Donald Trump.
Okay, so I think you should
specify.
specify.
I'm not intellectual. I don't say anything smart. Look where I am. I'm a billionaire and I'm the fucking president. Stop listening to these intellectuals. They're stupid. They're not really smart. This is the energy. Y'all don't see that?
Yeah, but
well, it's on both sides.
All billionaires, because that's all I wanted to clarify. Because there are some who promote education, so it's necessary to.
I'm not gonna say all anybody for anything.
But you said billionaires, though.
Sure.
As a class.
Because Kimberly was referencing a group of people that are inspiring a certain level of behavior and politics. Right? And so I was describing not so much as billionaires themselves, but the ways in which they're appealing to these poor people. MJ, you gonna acknowledge the fact that in our community, I've heard a lot, a broke motherfucker can't tell me shit. And ain't nobody working with billions. So you see that parallel?
I hate you.
Hey man, I keep it a stack, man. I keep it all the way 100. Y'all don't like this uncut. You know what I'm saying? You won't cut on it.
You're actually bad for black people, and if Oprah still had that machine that they said that she had, when she destroyed
am I lying?
like all the
Just,
codes.
am I lying though? But am I lying?
I actually didn't even. It was awful.
Y'all don't like my stuff?
No, you're just dumb, and it's actually crazy how dumb you are.
And you don't have to comment on everything. Sometimes just think of.
In Atlanta, we say shit the fuck up.
Send professional invoices and with the QuickBooks mobile app. Know when they've been viewed and know when you're good. I want to go now to some breaking news. A Department of Homeland Security official confirming that the Commandant of the U.S. Coast Guard has been removed from her position over leadership deficiencies, that was a quote, and operational failures. I have extensively reported on the Coast Guard's cover-up of sexual assault cases. We don't know if that played a role at all in this. CNN's Natasha Bertrand joins us now for more. I mean, this is a pretty significant move, Natasha. It is, Pamela, if not just because it really shows that this could be a sign of things to come in terms of how President Trump and his administration deal with military leaders that they feel are perhaps focusing too much on diversity and inclusion initiatives, which is one of the stated reasons, according to this DHS official, why Admiral Fagan was relieved of her duties as Commandant of the Coast Guard. Now, we did ask the Department of Homeland Security for reasons why she was relieved, and they did send us a list that included things like failure to address border security threats, prioritization of those DEI initiatives, which Secretary of Defense, future Secretary of Defense, if he is confirmed, Pete Hegseth has said is going to be one of his priorities in removing from the department once he does get installed here, as well as Operation Fouled Anchor, which is that investigation into sexual assault and sexual abuses committed at the Coast Guard Academy that was covered up by the Coast Guard beginning in around 2018. Now, Admiral Fagan, she was not directly involved in that. However, she did signal to members of Congress last year when she was grilled on the sexual assault investigation that was not disclosed to Congress that she was aware of certain aspects of it. And according to the Department of Homeland Security, that is one reason why they felt like she needed to be terminated as part of her in her position there. But still, you know, I think the broader picture here is that this is the first kind of termination of a senior military leader that we have seen that has been explicitly kind of linked to the promotion of those diversity, equity, and inclusion programs within the military. And in fact, this is not the first time that the Coast Guard has been targeted by Trump's allies. Back in August, former GOP Representative Matt Gaetz sent a letter to the Department of Homeland Security raising concerns about Fagan's alleged focus on these initiatives over, for example, other more important things like, he said, recruiting and focusing on interdicting drugs at the borders. Senator, thank you so much for coming on. First, your reaction to some of these actions. Go ahead. No, I think it's appalling that the head of Homeland Security is firing the very Admiral Commandant of the Coast Guard who took this issue of fouled anchor that you guys broke as a story. Why? Because it was being covered up. Literally, issues of sexual assault and sexual harassment at the Coast Guard Academy and at sea, and people covered it up. The only reason we know about it is because CNN broke the news. Now, we get a new commandant, the first woman commandant in the history of an armed forces of our nation to serve. She stood up and said, this is a problem and we have to deal with it. And so literally tried to move forward with the right kind of response in the Coast Guard to this issue of sexual harassment and sexual assault. And today she's being fired for, instead of covering it up, deciding that this needed to be exposed and the Coast Guard needed to deal with this issue. So I think it's the wrong decision. It's the wrong decision by Homeland Security. She did a good job. In fact, the last Commandant was the one who did cover it up. I think he admitted to you that he covered it up. So what are we doing here today? Firing somebody who was on the job, helping a Coast Guard that has to have a basic diverse workforce. And one of the things they need in a diverse workforce is to protect those interests of women. And as you know, after the reporting and after there were congressional hearings, she had vowed to do a review, and there was a report that came out saying that it would do a better job at the handling of sexual assault cases and so forth, and really enact systemic change. Are you concerned with her firing that the vow in that report won't actually be followed through with? What kind of message are we sending? The previous Commandant admitted to you that they had covered it up. I think he even said something like, I would do it again. And now we had a new Commandant, a woman who said, no, we're going to take this serious and we're going to clean up the academy and we're going to clean up these actions because we have almost, I don't know what the number is, a very high number, 30% plus of a Coast Guard workforce that are women, and we want to continue to attract women in the Coast Guard. And so you're going to fire her over the fact that she wanted to clean up a mess created on a previous watch? It's the wrong decision. And to be clear, she did testify to your committee that, you know, she only learned the, quote, totality of the Feldinger probe when we inquired about it, but she clearly was aware of parts of it before because she also fired a commanding officer caught up in the investigation. I also should note, just for our viewers, you know, the reasons cited aren't just this, right? There are other reasons, according to a DHS official, saying it was because of her, quote, failure to address border security threats and, quote, excessive focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. What is your reaction to that? Well, I don't know what that latter part means, but if you mean she paid too much attention to cleaning up the mess in the Coast Guard of sexual assault and sexual harassment, there's no amount of time she shouldn't have spent on that. There's no amount of time she should have done that job and cleaned up the Coast Guard's act on that. But our Coast Guard, very big mission, 5 different major responsibilities, and interdiction of drugs, particularly fentanyl and things of that nature, protecting, you know, illegal fishing, very big issue in the Pacific Northwest, making sure that they participate in the delivery of our coast. So I do not want to see a Commandant serving, you know, every new administration coming in and firing a Commandant. You need a continuity of service in the Coast Guard that is really important. And I'm not saying you can't fire somebody. I'm simply saying what is the reason here that this is being done. And I would say people didn't like the fact that she was cleaning up the Coast Guard on this issue of sexual assault and sexual harassment. You think that's the reason? I don't know why else you make that decision today. I can cite lots of things that the Coast Guard has been very helpful on very big issues. Look, I hope this administration will get serious about what the Russians are doing impacting our fisheries in the Pacific Northwest. And they are having a devastating blow on this industry. And illegal fishing and illegal movement of these fish with the help of China is a very big issue. So I'd rather have a Coast Guard Commandant right now who could help us with that instead of waiting now how long for us to get a new Commandant. All right, Senator Cantwell, thank you for your time. Ladies.
Someone sent me that, CJ sent me that actually, to play that. I know there was other people that were let go. I mean, one person that resigned. Let me just get her name real quick. Keisha Lance resigned.
Bottoms. Keisha Lance Bottoms.
And then Mark Milley got fired. Not sure if I'm saying his last name right.
She was fired too.
Wait, who?
Mark Milley is the general. I think she resigned before Trump.
Wait, they fired Mark Milley?
No, these are just presidential commissions.
Yeah, this is
this is not a big
part of the course.
Yeah, Keisha posted her letter that she resigned, but Mark, they said he was fired. So just wanted to mention that since we were speaking on people.
Mark is crazy now.
But to be fair, Keisha sucks, so.
No, she doesn't. Mark is crazy, Mel. You calling that man Mark is crazy.
Mark, Keisha does like,
Millie, General Millie, Joint Chiefs of Staff. Just it's funny you calling him Mark. It just kills me.
Because the article I seen, it just said Mark. It didn't say General. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. I just said Mark is crazy. Like you had him over for burgers last. I know you cooked it too.
Why Keisha don't show up to you, a person who didn't live in Atlanta?
Oh, she has a good, people in the country like her. It doesn't matter if you like her.
So I believe that they probably fired that lady right now, the one we was just listening to, because of the sexual assault. He don't want nobody that's defending sexual assault around. He wants everybody that does the sexual, So I don't know, but she's a white woman, so I don't know.
All this goes to show how petty little man is.
It's okay. Y'all don't care about me. That doesn't matter.
I'm like, regardless of, why would you take that man picture down, like, in the Pentagon? Like, that's childish as shit. No matter if you don't like him or not, or what he said against you, he's still a part of history.
It's all right, Whit. You come from strong people. He'll be okay. He's rich.
Oh, of course he's rich. But, I mean, it is what it is.
It's just day 2, right?
It's not even 48 hours yet.
It's really not that bad. Y'all, I thought it was going to be worse. How many people got deported today? 0?
So what do y'all think about Jewish businesses being considered now part of the minority class for the purpose of government contracting? TC will be so disappointed.
Man.
Dang, was that an executive order?
Yes, it was. It's about.
What does it say?
A news channel did something on it. Let me pull it up. See, let me go back on mute.
I'm gonna, on the top, I'm gonna put the link of a list of everything he signed off on yesterday, if you guys want to check it out.
See, Kimberly, now everything you're stating is even more important because you got to circle the wagons in this environment and you can't be dealing with trivial matters. Salute to your mindset, Queen, on some real shit. You know what I'm saying?
Thanks, Daniel.
I still can't believe the Gulf of America is still something you sign on.
What's wrong with that?
So irrelevant. It's just irrelevant.
Exactly.
There are more things you could have picked. But Gulf of America.
Well, I like geography, so it is relevant. Why are you changing things?
We do that all the time.
It's not.
Well, it's not the Gulf of America.
Your name used to be Umjogo. Now it's just.
And I'm still mad about that. So, so it's not the Gulf of America. It's the Gulf of Mexico. Literally.
You can't just rename shit like that. You know that.
Of course you can.
Ain't nobody gonna recognize it though. It's the Gulf of Mexico.
So is this an opportunity? We can sell some maps or some shit. How this gonna work? Like geography books are gonna change?
No, geography books won't change. It's just it'll be recognized in the federal government. But as soon as the next president comes in, it'll be back to Gulf of Mexico. Y'all can't take the small stuff. Gulf of Mexico don't matter. The strip suck. That's what matters. The strip from there suck.
But what matters is a Gulf is a particular thing. And it is literally not the Gulf of America. It's the Gulf of Mexico. because it's an inlet of a large body of water, and it's the Gulf of Mexico. So when you change, things do matter. I guess people don't. I know people hate geography and don't care about shit like that, but I don't like that. Why are you changing it? That's not how it works.
No, he's just changing it for how they'll refer to it in federal documents. We'll still call it the Gulf of Mexico.
Oh shit, it's Biden.
That's what the fuck it is.
Y'all. My bad. Oops.
It's what?
It was Biden's administration. The Department of Commerce is recognizing Jewish businesses as minorities. So, sorry, Donald Trump.
What's the executive order? But wait, where's the executive order on this?
No executive order. I assumed that it was Trump that would do that. Not. I misread. I followed someone else that said it was Trump, but it's not Trump. That was Biden. Interesting.
But wasn't Biden? Where's his executive?
No, it looks like the Chamber of Commerce made a change. Let me. The Biden-Harris administration, the Department of Commerce, and the Minority Business Development Agency, which I thought was struck down from just helping minorities, are committed to ensuring Jewish businesses and entrepreneurs have access to the resources and opportunities needed to grow their business. This is an agreement with the Orthodox Jewish community. From tremendous honor to work with leaders like Deputy Secretary Don Graves, My apologies, y'all. Shout out to Biden here.
Particularly, you need to learn what a Gulf is and a bay and why they matter.
I didn't listen to Lou. I listened to an anti-Semitic Black person that does government contracting. But thank you very much. He's a Dojan. I should have known better. Oh, they're going to love this. They are going to love this. Oh, well. He didn't get it from Lou. He's not on Clubhouse. Don't you know people that aren't on Clubhouse, Iron? God damn.
I think they're suggesting you don't know people not on Clubhouse. They're talking about you, Mickey.
No, he said he got it from Lou.
No. You're not getting it.
I'm in a fucking sorority. What do you mean I don't know people outside of Clubhouse? Y'all just be saying dumb shit.
That's how they feel, Mickey. That's the people.
I'm from Southern Louisiana. I have 50 million cousins. What the fuck?
We've heard you're French. We no longer think you're from Southern Louisiana, respectfully. I gotta be honest with you. We've heard the French.
Down here in the A. C'est stupide, n'est-ce pas?
Oh my God, never do that again.
C'est stupide.
That sounded like Spanish.
It's not French, it's a patois. I'm not from France, people. Don't piss me off this morning.
Well,
speaking.
Oh yeah, ICE is reportedly giving out $800 per tip, per successful tip.
Hey.
I have work to do.
I'm about to call up a whole bunch of these Trump supporters.
Patty crying. Stop, Joe. You guys should have.
Everybody better keep it real copacetic over here.
That's the thing. We don't know who's undocumented. You don't know who's not a citizen, right?
What's keeping
call on little Trump?
And what's keeping people from asking for Yeah, get her the fuck out of here.
I want to ask for a friend.
It's different. Like, if
Hold
you've
on,
spoken
you
to
can
them
ask.
before, so you know their situation, so that you know what's their fucking,
But people gonna be asking for people papers. Watch.
So, I mean, I've been called dumb 20 times today, so maybe this is just how it works. Which part of the Gulf of Mexico is the Gulf of Mexico? Because I view the Gulf as including Florida, Austin, Louisiana, and then also Mexico.
That is part of the Gulf, but the Gulf what they usually name the Gulf after what the bay is. So Monterey Bay is in Mexico. That's the opposite.
Yo, they're not
end
trying
of
to
the
be
Gulf.
Mexicans with
The inlet comes in from like South America, Central America. So they usually name it after where the bay is, and the bay is in Mexico.
There's no bays in Florida, Austin side. There's no bays there.
Yo, they took Cali from Mexico. They took Tejas.
Just go look at Monterey Bay and how large it is. It's the opposite of where the bay, where the Gulf inlet is. That's usually how they name it. Just look at the Persian Gulf. Look at all of the other Gulfs, and then you'll see what I'm talking about.
Florida Bay is on the Gulf side. I mean, I just think I don't care. The Mexicans can have the Gulf. I just don't think that we should put any time.
I said that most people don't care about geography. I do.
Okay. I mean, don't do me like that.
And that matters.
I care. That's why I'm asking you.
When you teach here.
Let me tell you, if they didn't fight for Cali and Texas, why are they fighting for the fucking Gulf of Mexico?
It's just red meat. And I can
take it.
And to be honest with you, it's just a tactic designed to make Democrats go, it's the Gulf of Mexico, so Republicans can say we hate our country. So, like, I think if there's anything we should do, be like, yeah, you know what, I kind of like it. Gulf of America. Just pretend you like it. I just don't think you should lean into that one, to be honest. I'm taking the Kimberly position on the Gulf of America on that one. I'm like, that's petty. We don't need to focus on that.
I think that's performative. But are we going to cover the 200 executive orders? Perhaps.
I don't know. I put a list up on top. I don't think the whole 200 are there, but I don't know.
Because, that's going to be the least I ever do that room, because a lot of that is tied to Project 2025.
No, she has it.
No, I'm not gonna complain about it per se, Notorious. I really thought that would be something that Trump would do. I don't have a comment on it. Honestly, I don't do government contracting, and the set-asides for minorities are not that much anyway. I mean, a lot of white women participate, but, Black people have also benefited. I don't have an official comment. I just interesting.
Is there any federal workers that work from home that are ready to go back to work?
The Gulf of America.
Just go with it. Go with it. We need them. We need them states across the Gulf.
It doesn't make fucking sense.
I'm with it. I'm not mad at it. Of all the things Trump has done, that's the one I don't think is that bad, to be honest with you. I'm concerned with the war on the cartels part. That part I'm concerned with.
That's why they're gonna beat us up, because we done tried to rename some shit.
They don't care about that little piece of water. They really should just call it Hurricane Alley, or the Gulf of this is a bad idea to live here. Like, I live here. It's terrible, but whatever.
Jack, your opinion doesn't even matter to you, so why the hell do you think it would matter to me? Seriously, boo-boo?
Isn't Jack the white supremacist that said black people aren't victims of racism, they're big victims of bad grammar? Or is that a different Jack? Am I thinking of the same guy?
Oh, is he white?
Ain't Jack the same guy? Or is that a different Jack?
That's why I gotta stay out of the chat.
I think that was a different guy.
The chat's fun. We all just spend the time in our work days here. The chat sometimes.
No, but if you're in the chat, stay in the chat, but don't bring it to the stage.
The goo is the room. And
I'm not
Daniel,
a segregationist.
I mean,
don't
Jack,
want to
I can admit when I'm wrong. I'm not a perfectionist.
But just roast him in text. Why can't you meet him? It's like he's with a rocks and hands, and you come with a gun. He's in text. Roast him in text.
I agree, because I get on your ass and text. All y'all motherfuckers in the group come for me. I can give it to you verbally or written. Have you?
Yo, shut up.
I just had to let a couple of them motherfuckers down there know.
You're like the worst.
I guarantee you, Daniel,
You're not even funny. Like roasting you, Daniel. It's not even like riveting because you're not funny. Like your shit was down here, bro.
Daniel, be honest. You use voice.
Nah, because for real, to be funny and roasting,
like
you gotta be low
you
down.
wasn't even raised around black people. Like it's not even fun. It seems like.
Bruh, I'm a
you're so
hooper,
not
man.
good at it.
Y'all both got the same voice. Y'all both got the same voice. You know what I'm saying? Let's stop lying. Y'all both
But no, to be good at roasting, you gotta kind of slick me low down because you constantly looking at fucked up shit about people. And I'm not a low down person. I'm a lover, not a fighter.
You can roast. I roasted Manfinity just on a snippet of an outfit yesterday.
Oh,
and I
did you
still
screenshot that
have
outfit?
Yeah, and I was like looking at it when I woke up this morning. Like I have so many jokes on that. So it doesn't. That's not low down. You don't have to be low down. You're just not clever. You're just not.
Alright then, so if I fire your ass up, then I bet we'll find out.
I would love for you to do that because I've been to your Instagram and I have like a load of jokes.
My Instagram, the shit ain't it? You know what I'm saying? It's nice and eclectic. You know what I'm talking about? Let me go get my children. Let me go be a responsible parent.
I wouldn't read your children. I don't really read children unless you say something, too.
Oh no, you come for my kids and the gloves coming off. Fuck all this comedy shit.
That I don't care about either. But what I'm saying is you're just not good at it. So just like Nah,
I've never been a good checker, but I'm more of a funnier person because I will say some shit that will fuck
you're not
you up.
funny. You're not funny.
But see, I don't get paid to make people laugh. I get paid to make.
I have a question. I have a question. Did Manfinity make it into Capital One Arena? Did he even make it in there?
I don't know.
He was.
I didn't hear past that outfit.
I did hear somebody left a prescription of Viagra on the street. I wonder if that was his bag.
Nah, they left so much fucking trash in front of, because people didn't know they couldn't bring bags in. That's how smart they are. They don't go to these events. So it's it was hundreds and hundreds of bags just left. One person left their keys in their bag. This girl was trying to contact the person to give it back. I wouldn't give that shit back. You gotta learn.
Leave her keys? Was it no bags? Because I thought a little clear bag.
Anytime you go to an arena or anything else like that, you have to have a clear, small type of bag.
No, they had clear bags on the ground too. That's what I'm saying.
It has to be a certain size.
I wouldn't even suggest bringing that. Just bring your credit cards in your pocket and keep it moving. Because once they look and say, "Oh, I don't know about that size," they'll send you over to the lockers, which have hundreds of people online who also made that mistake of bringing a bag. So it just that
or they could be smart and just have their cards on their phone.
Yeah, I have sent them for the concerts because I don't even bring a wristlet anymore because sometimes if it's not clear, they won't do it. So I have a little tiny. Hey,
where y'all going? Talking about?
We done been all over we're talking about the people at the Capital One.
We was talking about whether or not Manfinity made it in the Capital One Arena, which I don't think he did.
He said he made it in the rotunda.
He get the.
That's what he said. He said he met somebody.
Yep, that's what he said. He lying on the app.
He said he met. Someone at the.
Park police officer.
I'm pretty sure if he got in that rotunda,
he said he met someone at the Latino.
That nigga was in the. He wasn't even in the overflow.
And he also said he went to the Liberty Bowl. That's what it's called, right? Liberty Bowl. Yeah, he showed us his passes.
I thought you said. I about to say, what category did he present in since he went to the Liberty Ball? Was it best face?
But there were like hardly any black.
Not with that beard. He cannot do best face with that beard.
It was dumb boy real nigga.
It's giving magnificent.
Where did Just go? I was there telling him to post a photo.
They're still dragging that pastor online, and I love it. Now they're showing the people's expressions and all the people that are laughing at him.
The one who did the Dr. Julio impression.
Yeah. We put out a music on him, and then Julio,
But they pulled
with
the
his
people that
living
off
ass
already.
was happy about it. He was so happy on TikTok. I said, I hate TikTok. Came back.
Oh yeah, I seen him with Apple Rose.
I fuck with Julio. He just a little lost little spirit trying to find his way since his mentor passed. So yeah, he just trying to find some content out there.
Child crashed before his mentor kicked the bucket under that hefty Hispanic woman.
Well, he limped his way to some round of success somewhere. Good old Julio. I guess the 911 operator thing wasn't much. He had to go on to bigger, better things, and that's being a grifter for it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we talked about the executive order, but he basically repealed the caps on medication. Yeah.
And why?
Pharmaceutical company. He's trying to get that money on. He's about money. He's about pleasing all these people that was loyal to him, and if he wants a cut of it, just like he now wants a cut of TikTok, even though he's the one who suggested the ban in the first place.
That's actually pretty good strategy, though. To tell China that if they don't sell half of TikTok, then he's going to put the tariffs on them. He's probably just bullshitting, but it sounds good for optics. That's a nice picture of Wes Moore, CJ. Future president.
I don't even get it.
Anybody that's in Atlanta, please be careful because this snow is sticking.
I don't get the. What is the Biden executive order on drug?
So they announced they would negotiate prices.
Medicaid, Medicare, they capped their copay for insulin to $35 a month.
Yeah, but that's the law.
I think I'll go and look at the executive order, but I believe that it caps some other drugs too, and the other ones were ones that were being negotiated.
Yeah, that's right.
But that hadn't gotten to phase 2.
Here, it's EO 1408. EO 1408. My guess is okay. Yeah, this.
Yeah, whatever Biden did, he rescinded it, and.
No, I understand that, but what I've read today is just stuff that's already in the law from the Inflation Reduction Act. It says new healthcare payment limit models that would lower drug costs. Yeah, I don't. Negotiating drug prices, Medicare, Medicaid, that's in the Inflation Reduction Act. Yeah, I don't know. I have to read more into it. It just seems like he just took everything that was done and will pay zero. Starting this January, Medicare beneficiaries with prescription drug coverage will pay $0 for pocket. I don't know. We gotta look into it.
I wonder if that included the $35 insulin as well.
Law.
Yes. Yes.
So can he just executive order remove that?
No. This dude is so performative.
I was talking about the executive order he just put. That's what people saying that it affects, and they said that insulin prices about to shoot up.
Insulin prices are capped at $35 for people on Medicare.
voters can. Yeah, man, this dude got people in chokeholds. I hate the media. The media sucks. This was a performative executive order from Biden, which just did what the Inflation Reduction Act did, and now he repealed it, which doesn't matter because it's still law.
You have 6 new voice messages. New message.
Hey, fuck you, John.
To replay this message, press 1. To delete, message marked for deletion. New message.
Hi, John. It's Mommy. I went to the hardware store today and I asked him about a key fob. He opened his up and he showed me the battery that goes in there. It's one of those flat ones. You have to use the same number that's on that battery to get the same one. So anyway, maybe that's the answer to your key fob. Everything else is great.
Wait, what?
Very cold here today and just a little dust of snow. I'm having a yogurt sundae and doing a crossword puzzle. Call back if you can. Bye.
Message marked for deletion. New message.
Hey there, saw you made an inquiry on the Boxable website. Please reach back out with any questions or head over to the order page on our website to buy a casita. Of course, the mission is to make housing affordable. Lots going on. We have now built over 600 homes, 3 factory buildings, and are upgrading. We welcome you to visit our factory anytime in Las Vegas and check out our social media where we post constant updates. Shoot me a text 702-500-9000.
To replay this message marked for deletion. New message.
Hey, John, this is Rose from Legal Salt. I'm calling because I'm doing a follow-up in a form. The meeting that we made, please call me back once you heard this. My phone number is 42.
Message marked for deletion. New message.
Why don't you just run over here and we'll have a smoothie and steal oats together?
To replay this message marked for deletion. New message.
Hello, John Kitover. This is an important message from Internal Revenue Service. To retrieve your message, please call 833-405-4260 and use temporary PIN 7437. That's 833-405.
Message marked for deletion. There are no more messages. Main menu. To listen to your messages, press 1. To send a message, press 2. To create a greeting.
Okay, Ms. Divine Giorgio, hope you've enjoyed my recording. This is AdrianDetman.com. Hope guys have a great day. Bye.
The Google subscriber you have called is not available. Please leave a message after the tone.
Yo, what up, Paul? It's John giving you a call back. Bye.
Oh, and look, we got Elon Musk in the house. No, see, we've had fun in here. We're just laughing at each other and stupid stories of things that other people would laugh at us about.
Elon, can you come up? I want you to answer. Were you resetting in the middle of the inauguration? You were doing something weird with your eyes and they were going all over the place. Like you were doing something. Like it was like all of a sudden you had to hit reboot. Could you speak on this? Because I saw that. I was like, oh, Elon left. Damn it.
I tried to invite him up and he left. You were asking too many questions, Sean.
I scared him. You probably had to go reboot again. That was wild, though. I need to see the whole thing, like the whole, like the inaugural thing again, and find where that happened. I almost like don't trust anything I see anymore. Now I'm thinking, okay, that shit was AI. Wait, was that real? Wait, was that real?
Look at Aisha. Aisha was what?
That was that moment too.
Yeah, I don't know. Jazzy was trying to get me to believe in the fact that all of the people that were there are all dead, and they were all just AIs. Recorded voices.
I swear to God, I thought I saw you there. I actually literally went to like see if you were posting that I'm here at the inaugural event. I swear to God, I thought I saw you there. I was like, yeah, I didn't know you were going.
Yeah, no, I was not there. And I was invited to a party, but because my foot hurt so bad, I didn't want to have to stand with people for so long. So, fuck. They're having another party this weekend. But, yeah, I'd be hobbling and then all of a sudden I fall over. No need for that. That'd be enough comedy for everybody.
When I was a kid, I was walking home from school one day, and I stepped off this curb and accidentally stepped on the side of my foot instead of the bottom of my foot and broke my ankle, fell down on the ground. And I got up, I crossed the street limping, and I'm leaning against this building, and these people behind me walk up. And they're like, oh, looks like you're having a bad day. Yeah, I think I just broke my ankle. Oh, okay. Well, dude, my stepdad came by not too long after. He was like, oh, Joe, I thought I was supposed to come pick you up from school. And I'm like, good, because I can't walk. And I need my mom to lick my ankle. And
everybody needs to go to the
so we got home, and my mom came back from the neighbor's place and looked at it and said, yeah, we need to take you to the hospital and get you casted because it's broken. And so we did all that, and we come home, and the next day we went to Disney World. And we get to the airport in Disney World in Orlando. And we left Denver, it was 27 degrees. We were in our parkas and our clothes. We get to Florida, it was 75 degrees.
They must
must have amnesia. They forgot.
It's 75 degrees and it's sunny. And they have the heat in the air.
They must have amnesia.
I didn't understand that. That was the first funny thing.
Relying upon that.
The next funny thing about Florida was everyone was real nice. And at the rental place, and understandingly for my mom, because she's like, yeah, my blinds.
It's a Cold War propaganda thing that just came in. But the teachings of Jesus went on, which are just otherwise. But whatever. Biden constantly crossing himself and all that. That shit was stupid.
He's the one when that preacher was being goofy was the only one who looked like he was actually praying.
He's trying to buy more time now.
I think Biden will be fine. He'll go off, and his wife really takes care of him. I've always thought that was sweet.
I think she did a terrible job of taking care of him for the last 4 years. And I thought it was elder abuse in many instances, but we don't need to have that argument again.
I mean, the legislation that Biden has passed, I think, I mean, he's done a ton of stuff, and he literally did it right up to the last day. That's admirable. What's wrong with Jill Biden?
I think she's stupid. I think she is, in my lifetime, the most ineffective, uninspiring first lady. I can't think of a first lady who was more of a waste of space than Joe Biden. That's just my personal opinion.
Dr. Jill Biden was still taught while she was in the White House? Oh my goodness.
She did what while she was in the White House?
Didn't she still teach?
Teach what? Teach how to put out your dementia husband and act like everything was fine, and break up massive alliances in our American political life, and act like it wasn't abuse when the man couldn't even barely speak. He was so bad that behind closed doors, they had to turn up the music so people couldn't hear him having conniption fits. What was she teaching? What was her initiative? So what was Joe Biden? What was Joe Biden's initiative?
I think Biden sounded just old when he gave where was he, in South Carolina? I mean, he's just older.
What was Joe Biden's initiative?
Did she have an initiative?
Exactly.
Do we pay attention to the First Lady's initiative? What was Michelle? Oh, Michelle's was the school food, right? I can't remember anybody else's. Was Barbara Bush's
literacy?
I don't remember Be Best. That no one. What the fuck was that?
Well, Barbara was also in Houston. So they the Bushes in the library. They do a lot of stuff.
Remember Nancy Reagan? You had graduated high school by the time Reagan was inaugurated. You don't remember?
Nancy Reagan did the drugs.
The drugs. Yes. So yes, we do know the First Lady's initiatives. Not that they matter necessarily. Melania Trump had Be Best, which was anti-bullying, which was a counter troll to her husband. So she gave fodder to us. At the very least, in an ironic way, she was useful. Jill Biden was a complete waste of space. She was supposed to be some great educator. How come she never went out and talked about community colleges and all that kind of stuff? Instead, she was too busy stabbing her vice president in the back. Somebody called her Lady McBiden in the chat. That's exactly right. Out damn spot. She is just as bad as Lady Macbeth. Except the difference between her and Lady Macbeth is Lady Macbeth was sexy. I'm done speaking.
Yeah, they stole that from Alexandra Pelosi. But Joe Biden, horrible woman, horrible, evil, selfish lady. But couldn't it be because she had a full-time job that we didn't see her out as much?
What was her full-time job?
She was still a professor at a university in
At a community she taught at a community college. She did.
She worked. She still taught God.
No, she didn't.
Yeah, but if you're first lady, maybe you don't do that job.
I did not have a full-time job.
She did. No, she said she continued working. Go. She worked.
They actually went to the school and they were talking to students. It was on the news. Go.
That's not a full-time job, talking to students.
Oh, go. She worked
at a community college.
She had a regular job.
Why are you yelling in now? What is wrong with you?
Oh, I didn't realize I'm yelling because I'm driving.
But she taught during the presidency. She taught during the vice presidency. She taught at that community college in Virginia. Some community
You
college.
do not have a full-time. Just because you teach doesn't mean you have a full-time job. The woman taught a class or two. She did not drop. First of all, if you're a full-time professor at a community college, you have like a 4.4 minimum. Y'all know what a 4.4 is? That means 4 classes per semester. That means 4 classes per semester. She was not a full-time teacher, a professor at a community college. That's the first thing. Just because you teach a couple classes doesn't mean that's your job.
Oh, wait a minute.
Grading homework or something?
Did your black ass try to say that when Reagan was in office, I had graduated high school?
So you got that. I guess you're older than I thought because the Alzheimer's just.
You know what?
Up to it.
Go ass.
Go get them.
You gotta be
I was like, wait a minute. I hadn't graduated high school.
Yeah. Okay. Let me ask you a question. Can y'all find a syllabus or a reading list from one of Joe Biden's courses? Because if she was the first lady teaching full-time, that'd be online. You know find it? How was she teaching full-time at a community college when she was always with the president or now ex-president?
Is there a video?
She was taking papers with her. Y'all believe everything these people tell y'all. That's insane. I see why we lose. That woman wasn't no full-time community college professor.
The thing is, nobody would have been mad if she just quit her teaching job and did the first lady thing. You didn't have to stop that. You're like, I can handle multiple jobs. Like, do the first lady.
What was the lady's initiative? What was her initiative? Build Back Better in it had free community college for American citizens. Did she go out on the stump the way Michelle Obama did for the food, the way they did for literacy, the way Nancy Reagan showed
This
up
is
on
online.
different shows? Huh?
I just looked it up. She has a syllabus online.
Oh, what is it?
According to
she taught. Hold on, let me go back. English 111, composition. Wait. English 111, college composition 1, and preparing for college English. ENF 3.
Yeah, not when he was president. He taught it when he was out of office.
No.
The last time she did it was spring 2021.
No, they just reported that she just resigned in December from the community college.
All right, y'all.